Good evening. I'm calling this meeting to order. The time is precisely 5:34 p.m. in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code, Chapter 551. This meeting is officially open with a quorum present. We will now move to our pledges, which will be led by Claudia Garibay.
One nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
As we have no recognitions tonight, we will move to public comment addressing items on the agenda as well as items of a general nature of topics not specifically listed on this agenda. Please let me remind you that because of restrictions by the Texas Open Meetings Act, board members may not engage in a verbal exchange about a subject that has not been posted. We will listen and take notes, but the board is prohibited from responding to any inquiries made during a board meeting on any topic not posted on the agenda. However, the board may reply with 1, a statement of specific factual information given in response to the inquiry, 2, recitation of existing policy in response to the inquiry, or 3, direct the person to visit with staff about the issue. While this board listens to concerns of a general nature, speakers should practice normal rules of decorum. Vulgar language and profanity will not be tolerated as this is a public meeting and our students are watching. Additionally, disruptions of the meeting will not be tolerated. We ask the audience to refrain from interrupting speakers while they present to the board during this portion of the meeting. Any employee, parent, or other member of the public is asked to comply with the appropriate grievance policy to have a complaint heard pursuant to the applicable board policy. Per board policy, BED local, to allow everyone the opportunity to speak, no presentation may exceed 1 minute unless the speaker has prior approval for additional time because of the use of a translator. Speakers who require the assistance of a translator are permitted double the allotted time of speakers who do not require the assistance of a translator. As soon as the speaker begins speaking, the time clock will start. Furthermore, a speaker may not relinquish his or her time to another speaker. Also this evening, there were some individuals who would like to voice their opinions, but they were unable to physically attend. Those written statements were shared with this Board of Trustees prior to this meeting and will not be read aloud during the board meeting. It is essential to gain as much public input as possible, and we understand together we are stronger and build better solutions when we maximize our public and their input. I ask that you please observe these rules for the purpose of effectively accomplishing the business of the meeting in a timely manner. Our first speaker is Susan Walker.
Good evening, board members. I had planned for 3 minutes, so I'm going to kind of cut it down real quick, but I do want to address 2 things, and that would be discipline and achievement. Discipline, I worked summer school this year. We have got to get a handle on discipline. If you want there to be achievement, you've got to come up with a comprehensive plan to fix the discipline. And when I say that it's out of control, it's out of control. As far as middle school achievements, that's what I can speak to. I want to state that in all of my undergraduate and graduate level education classes, never once was it stated to me, make sure to use a math textbook with fidelity. That has never been stated. Can you imagine a collegiate level professor saying that? No matter how anyone tries to frame it, a textbook, it's a full program, it's connected. I can tell you it's been done. We've tried it. It's just a textbook. So I do not want to work for a district or a principal that states those words to me. I want to make sure that I'm working for Carrie Flores. I want to make sure I'm working for Christy Stinson, who says you make sure you do what is best for students. Good teaching practices work. This is what should be done with fidelity.
Thank you. Itzia Oskos, followed by John Holdridge.
Hello, good evening. Ooh, sorry. I've brought some information to share with you, so I will leave this here for you. Research shows employees' commitment and loyalty depends on feeling cared about and supported by their employer. I come to you today asking that counselor compensation reflect our skills. Like administrators, assistant principals, teachers, clerks, and diagnosticians, counselors too deserve to be rewarded with a bilingual stipend. A few of us have compared surrounding districts to Fort Worth ISD. In short, Fort Worth ISD is the 6th largest district with a Hispanic population of about 65%. Elementary counselors only work 187 days, no stipend, and our midpoint pay is about $70,000. Crowley ISD only has about 33% of Hispanic population. The pay is almost $4,000 more at their midpoint. They do not offer a bilingual stipend, but they do offer a 504 liaison stipend. Thank you.
Thank you. John Holdridge will be followed by Ernie Moran. Ernie Moran.
This is for Maite Rodriguez and her classmates and teachers. I want to acknowledge that we are settlers on land ceded and shared by the Tawakani, Jumanos, Kickapoo, Wichita, and Comanche nations. I'm a high school teacher and a coach in the district and the parent of 3 students in the district, and I'm here to implore you to take a stand and speak with one voice in calling for a ban on AR-15s and any similar weapons of war being sold to civilians, as well as to demand that the governor call a special session on gun violence. We're the only country in the world where this happens. We're the country with the highest rate of civilian ownership of guns per capita by far, and yet people want to blame everything but the guns. Some are calling for greater mental health services, and while it's a noble proposal, every country in the world that has people who battle with mental illness, yet no other country so often has a mass shooting. It's precisely because we are Texans that I think and I know we're capable of making great change. We can be an example to the country. This school board, which governs the 6th largest district in the state, can be an example across the state and the nation. I implore you to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Mariama Rivas, followed by Maria Jones.
Good evening. My name is Moraima Rivas, and I'm a school counselor at the Magri Elementary School. So there is no question that bilingual counselors have more extra duty than monolingual counselors. As bilingual counselors, we have multiple job demands, including writing all documents in English and Spanish, creating guidance lessons in both languages, and translating anything that would be a great lesson, but is not a resource in the target language. Personally, I translated the whole 5th grade planning guide for 6th grade course selection for our parents because it wasn't available in Spanish. We also conduct 504 meetings, MTSS meetings, parent meetings in both languages, essentially doubling our workload. If I had previously received a stipend as a bilingual teacher, why not as a bilingual counselor when my credentials and duties have increased? Thank you.
Maria Jones will be followed by Wanda McKinney.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Maria Jones, and I have served the district proudly. This is the first time I'm talking here, and I'm quite nervous, but I am here to advocate for bilingual counselors. When I became a bilingual counselor, I really never lost the skill or stopped applying it. Just as Ms. Rivas was saying, we apply it to all meetings, from saying good morning to the students to waving buenas tardes to parents at 3:10. During those hours, we use Spanish, in this case, as being bilingual for parent meetings, 504s, arts, home visits, letters, flyers, emails, translating for administrators to parents, from teachers to parents, even from students to their own parents. Losing my bilingual stipend as a teacher, it was not really the monetary part of it, but it was the validation of one of my strongest skills, that as a counselor, I've been using it for 10 years, and I am very, very proud of doing this.
Thank you. Wanda McKinney will be followed by Estella Williams.
Good evening. I am elated by the election of Wallace Bridges as my trustee in District 4. I know personally how passionately you've advocated for an equitable education for our students for years. It's your support of racial equity that's going to be crucial in helping our students to not just recover learning loss, but to accelerate their learning. As you know, there is much opposition to the district's focus on racial equity. Do not be deterred by the naysayers, but remain steadfast in your commitment to ensure that the district uses a racial equity lens for every decision regarding our students. This includes appointing a superintendent who wholeheartedly believes that racial equity is the only way to close the racial achievement gaps that have existed for decades. I strongly urge you to become a member of the Fort Worth ISD Racial Equity, like those of us who are dedicated to this work. Trustee Bridges, I honestly believe that God has chosen you for this task. It's not a burden, but a blessing. Remember what Paul.
Thank you. Estella Williams. Estella Williams will be followed by Morris Adams.
Good evening, Superintendent Steve Jackson and board members. I am Estella Williams. I'm here on behalf of the Tarrant County Branch and NAACP. As an organization that is nationally known, locally and as well as state, I stand before you because we have a set of focus points that says that we are to make sure that we recognize their problems, and we must do the things that we can do to ensure that those problems get corrected. It is a thing for us to make sure that equity is a part of what is done, given, and provided to all, not y'all. We want to let you know that we have a set of priorities. Our priorities are those to make sure that all students are given opportunities, to make sure, again, opportunities when it comes to.
Thank you. Morris Adams will be followed by Joe Palmer.
Esteemed members of the board, my name is Morris Adams, and I am employed as a Fort Worth ISD professional school counselor, work at McLean Middle School, serving 7th and 8th graders and their parents, guardians, and other authorized adults that care for those students. I team up with a wonderful assistant principal focusing on students with last names A through G. Because I am bilingual, we are able to work flexibly and seamlessly with Spanish-speaking parents and authorized others. If she were bilingual and I were not, we would work just as flexibly and seamlessly with Spanish speakers as we do now, but she would receive stipendiary compensation for her Spanish-speaking ability, and I do not. If we were to rely on one of our administrative clerks to translate for us, we would work as flexibly and seamlessly as we could under that constraint. However, the clerk receives compensation for her ability to communicate in Spanish. I don't. All of your bilingual counselors deserve this. Thank you.
Joe Palmer will be followed by Jennifer Crossland.
Thank you, Madam President and members of the board. Joe Palmer, District 5. I'm calling to speak on consent agenda item B3. The district is asking for $167,000 plus to tear up part of an area they just laid concrete down for last summer to create an area for parents to wait for their children in front of the school. Apparently, no one thought to ask the neighborhood association what they thought about a plain, long concrete pad in front of the school. I'm sure it is not particularly attractive. So now, in coordination with the PTA, we, the taxpayers, are paying to dig up and remove half of the pad laid just last summer and create a more polished landscaped area with a concrete brick seating area, sidewalk, irrigation, etc. I know this is a small expense in contrast to your enormous budget, but for once, could you please extend more consideration to one plan, plain concrete waiting area, before spending whatever you spent to lay the concrete down so that we do not have to spend more money to tear half of it out and more money to create the space you probably should have created in the first place. I also object to the removal of one of my friends at a previous meeting. You violated your own.
Thank you. Jennifer Crossland will be followed by Camathea Perez.
Hi, good evening. Today I brought a picture of my friend Jim Iman. I met Jim 10 years ago when we opened Pacific Table Restaurant. It was opening week. Jim was very unhappy with the service, my assistant manager, the wine, the temperature of the dining room. He was just unhappy with everything. So when I approached the table, he asked me to sit down in the booth next to him so he could tell me really close up everything he was upset about. And guess what? I found a way to make things right, and from there, we had a great friendship. He knew he could always depend on me to make things right, and in return, he offered unwavering loyalty, looked out for the reputation of the restaurant, and told everyone to come and eat with us. He constantly recommended us to his friends and colleagues, and yes, he would text me at all hours to tell me what was wrong. So I want to encourage you to take some of these hospitality concepts and think about when you have parents talking to you about issues, it's coming from a place of care and maybe not a place of anger. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Perez will be followed by Mike C.
I'm here, good evening. I'm here today to talk about student accountability and student behavior. 2 points about student accountability. Students want to be held accountable for their actions. For far too long, we've been slacking on holding them accountable, and it's showing in their behavior. There's a study, and I have a copy of the article a guy did. He turns out that students perform worst on class assignments when they are not held accountable for completing them. For student behavior, this year, student behavior is getting worse in our schools. I had the opportunity to teach summer school for the first time this year, and I could tell you I've never been cursed out by a student before, and I have 6 children of my own. It was devastating, but you know, hey, I deal with students every day, so I made it through. But I think it's directly related to teacher self-efficacy. So student behavior and teacher self-efficacy.
Mike C. will be followed by John Beck.
Good evening. I'm speaking to the entirety of the meeting agenda tonight. Tonight's meeting agenda is 325 pages. It isn't made available online until 72 hours prior to the start of the meeting. It has made available online the Saturday evening prior to Tuesday evening meeting. This is absurd. This includes, but not limited to, the following: a public hearing and comments on the 22-23 budgets for the General Debt Services and Child Nutrition Fund, proposed cost more than $986 million. 26 numbered consent agenda items, proposed cost almost $20 million. 15 additional lettered consent agenda items, proposed cost more than $24 million. 2 executive sessions closed to the public, inserted in between the public parts of the board meeting tonight. 2 board.
Thank you. John Beck will be followed by Holly Plemons.
Good evening. I'm speaking on 12A, 2022-2023 compensation plan. Under background, it calls for a significant increase in compensation for all employees for the upcoming school year. However, under the superintendent's recommendation, we get slightly different language. Essentially, to the average citizen reading this, it appears that every employee is getting a 4% pay raise. I am speaking against any pay raises for all employees considered administrators. I am for a 4% increase for actual teachers, instructors in classroom, librarians, nurses, bus drivers, custodians, food service workers, and school campus security. I cannot tell from looking at the proposed budget if this 4% pay raise being proposed is reflected in these numbers or not. Please clarify this publicly before voting to approve this raise.
Holly Plemons will be followed by Carrie Raymeyer.
Hi Hi, my name is Holly Clemens. I'm the mother of 3 in Fort Worth ISD. I'm here to talk about 2 things with you guys. They've already been discussed. Number 1 was your agenda being 325 pages long. And I know that you guys got it before we did, but I dug into this agenda. I gave it my morning, my afternoon, my evenings. I'm spending way more time on it than you guys can possibly give this agenda, and I got through about 1/3 of it. There's no possible way that you guys can make a good decision on a $1.6 billion agenda by going through this, and you're not even given all of the information on the bids, but I'll talk to you about that later. Also, in my last few seconds, a 4% raise across the board, that is a union, that's socialism. And for you guys to be giving these chiefs who already have an unbelievably bloated salary is ridiculous. Sherry Breed, $209,081, 0 measurable results, a 4% increase of $8,363 that she does not deserve.
Carrie
Thank you.
Raymeyer will be followed by Miriam Lambert. Carrie Raymeyer. Miriam Lambert. I see you, Ms. Lambert. Take your time.
Wish I could talk as fast as I can walk. I'm Miriam Lambert. I'm a retired Fort Worth ISD school nurse. I want to talk about the importance of reading, math, and science. Fort Worth ISD continues to spend money on fancy buildings, equity, SEL, and gender pronouns while neglecting education. These things are not necessary for producing educated members of a functioning society. My grandmother, Mary Lillian Cole, was born in 1894 in Mississippi. She built a building behind her house. She was a poor preacher's wife, and she taught all of the black women in the surrounding communities how to read, write, and have job skills. When she died early in 1934, she had more black people at her viewing than had ever been anywhere. She had no fancy building, no air conditioning, no curriculum.
Thank you. Mary Lowe. Mary Lowe will be followed by Amy Super.
Thank you. Good evening, board. I'm here to talk about 2 meetings ago. I was in a grievance hearing here, and your school attorney lied. Had she been under oath, she would be under review by the bar. That's called perjury. I want to encourage the board to take action for her lies. I will be here for another grievance with evidence of her lying. It is not appropriate for the school to continue to do business and act in connection with people who are dishonest. Number 2, I've contacted the president of this board on numerous occasions, and she forwards my message to members of the administration, and I never hear from anyone. If that's how you run this school, you're failing. Number 3, teacher pay, $70,000. All the districts around here, 56 and 60. I've been to the school board meetings. I watched them balance their budget. They're not Robin Hood. They give a ton of money to you guys, and then you think you have to pay $70,000 to teachers and $200,000?
Thank you. Amy Super will be followed by Luther Perry.
Good evening. I'm speaking to 23D, which is addressing your 2 new things that you'd like to add to your District of Innovation Plan, which expired last, I think, February. You're asking for teachers in grades 7 through 12 to not be required to be certified. I realize it's within the law for you to do so, but I don't think it's in the best interest of our district to go this route. I know you're having a hard time finding qualified teachers, but to go this route, this is not the way to go. Do we want the best? I think we want the best. It takes a lot to pass that test. I know it took my daughter-in-law more than one time. She has a master's degree. We want the best, demand the best. Don't settle for less, by lowering the standards and taking away the requirement for certification. I encourage others to look at the other thing they want to change, which is changing attendance policies for students. Don't have to be in school like you used to have to be anymore in order to pass in Fort Worth ISD. Thank you.
Luther Perry will be followed by Todd Daniel.
Members of the board, I came here with a separate agenda, but after sitting here listening, it's unimaginable to me, and I understand politics, and I understand this board, but it's so disheartening for me to understand why you limit speakers to 1 minute, and we elect you to represent us. And because it's taken too much time, but we elect you to listen to us and to represent us. And I just think it's appalling. You need to review. The state says that you have to do whatever it takes to have the anonymity to do what's best for Fort Worth ISD. But we don't get a chance to have input on the decisions that you make that impact us. And we pay the money. And so I think that you need to revisit what we stand for. A minute for people.
Thank you. Todd Daniel.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. I will, on break, I would love to come speak with you, but Mr. Daniel's up now, but thank you.
Sir, thank you, sir.
Mr. Daniel.
All right, thank you, sir.
Mr. Daniel.
Hello. Before we start, I have a question, so don't start my time yet. A few meetings ago, Trustee Rodriguez, not Rodriguez, Camille asked your administrative staff how many admin employees had been gained in the last couple of years. You have all the numbers for how many teachers we've lost. You have dueling numbers of 72,000 to 74,000 of students we've lost, but you didn't answer the question, and you told her it took 2 months to drill down to get that information. Tonight, you're going to make a decision about budgeting and bonuses for that same silo, that same administrative silo, but you still haven't answered her question. How can you do it? It doesn't make any sense. I want an answer to that. Answer her question. She's a trustee.
Time. Thank you. That's your time, sir. You didn't have a question.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks to each of you tonight for sharing your thoughts. This evening, I will serve as the presiding officer of the Fort Worth ISD Canvassing Authority. June 18th, 2022, a runoff election was held for Fort Worth ISD Trustee District 4. Pursuant to Section 67.003 of the Election Code, canvassing of votes by the Fort Worth ISD Board of Education must occur no later than the 11th day after the uniform election date. State law, Section 67.004, Texas Election Code provides that 2 members of the school board constitute a quorum. For the purpose of canvassing the June 18th, 2022 Fort Worth ISD School Board runoff election, I find a quorum is indeed present. At this time, I would now ask that each member of the Fort Worth ISD Canvassing Authority review the election returns for the June 18th, 2022 school board runoff election as provided by the Tarrant County Elections Administrator. Is everybody good? Upon thorough review of the election returns, do I have a motion that we, as the Fort Worth ISD Canvassing Authority, hereby certify the following results? That for single-member trustee District 4, Wallace Bridges received 631 votes, and Brian J. Dixon received 590 votes. Do I have a motion? Trustee Martinez? Second, Trustee Phillips. Any discussion? Please move to voting. And the motion passes unanimously with 8 votes. And you just witnessed history for the year. That's the last time I hope that we have an 8-person vote. We should have 9 from now on. This action certifies the results and approves the action of adopting canvass results. At this time, we'll approve the resolution in order declaring results of June 18th, 2022 special trustee runoff election for District 4. I present the Fort Worth ISD Board of Education formal resolution in order declaring the results of the June 18th, 2022 special trustee runoff election for District 4. Do I have a motion to approve the resolution in order for declaring the results of the June 18th, 2022 special trustee runoff election for District 4 be adopted by the board? Moved by Trustee Martinez, second, Dr. Ryan. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, please move to voting. This is the last time for the 8 votes. My apologies. At this time, I would ask that the elected member, District 4, Wallace Bridges, be presented with his certificate of election and then read aloud the statement of officer and sign it. For his swearing in, we will have State Rep Ramon Romero. If you could come forward, Rep Romero. Now elected Trustee Wallace Bridges, you are a board member and you will take your oath of office and sign the oath after it has been administered. If you have family or friends to join you up front, please have them come forward at this time. I'd like to introduce.
I, Wallace Bridges, do solemnly swear or affirm that I have not directly or indirectly paid, offered, promised to pay, contributed to money or things of value, or promise any public office or employment for the giving or withholding of a vote at the election at which I was elected, or as reward to secure my appointment or confirmation, whichever the case may be, so help me God.
State Rep Romero, if I could just please introduce you very quickly. State Rep Romero is serving his 4th term representing the people of House District 90 in Fort Worth. He serves on the House Committee on Insurance and the House Committee on Land and Resource Management. His passion for public service began while serving on several commissions for the city of Fort Worth. In 2014, Rep. Romero won the Democratic primary for House District 90 in Fort Worth against an 18-year incumbent, becoming the first Hispanic state rep in Tarrant County history. Over the last 4 sessions, State Rep. Romero has filed and passed legislation focusing on cracking down on human trafficking, government transparency, workforce development, mental health care access, government bureaucracy streamlining, inmate rehabilitation, and veteran assistance. Representative Romero is a well-respected father, businessman, community leader, and a lifelong resident of Fort Worth. I'd like to add Polytechnic Heights. He believes success is measured not by how much you have received, but by how much you have given. Please join me in welcoming our State Rep, Ramon Romero.
Thank you, President Jackson. And all that you just said about me is why I love Wallace Bridges.
Thank you, sir.
It's an honor to be here. And on behalf of the state of Texas, I will say to all of the trustees, thank you for your service. Thank you for what you do for the children of Fort Worth. My friend, in the name and by the authority of the state of Texas, please repeat after me. I, Wallace Bridges.
I, Wallace Bridges.
Do solemnly swear.
Do solemnly swear.
That I will faithfully execute the duties.
That I will faithfully execute the duties.
Of the office of Fort Worth ISD.
Of the office of Fort Worth ISD.
Single member District 4 trustee.
Single member District 4
trustee.
Trustee.
Of the state of Texas.
Of the state of Texas.
And will to the best of my ability.
And will to the best of my ability.
Preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution.
Preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution.
And laws of the United States.
And laws of the United States.
And of this state, so help me God.
And of this state, so help me God.
I'd like to ask if we could get a picture of everyone that's here with Trustee Wallace Bridges tonight first. And then if our trustees could go out and join the group after they take this first picture. Okay, Trustee Bridges, may we all come out and take a picture with you? May we all come out and take a picture with you? Welcome, Trustee Bridges, and the time is 6:15 p.m. The date is Tuesday, June 28th, 2022. We will now recess and reconvene for executive session as authorized by Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code under Sections 55107(1), 2, 4, and 6. In accordance with the open meetings law, the board opened the meeting at 5:34 PM with a quorum present. We recessed and reconvened open session, adjourned regular session, convened executive session, adjourned executive session, and now have reconvened open session at 7:35 PM with a quorum present. We'll move to number 12 on our agenda, which are reports and presentations. Next is the 2022-2023 compensation plan. I will turn it over at this time to our superintendent, Dr. Kent Scribner.
Thank you very much, President Jackson. Tonight we have with us two chiefs and staff to walk us through the Smarter School Spending for Student Success presentation, our 2022-23 compensation plan. I'll turn it over to our Chief Financial Officer, Carmen Candelaria, and our Chief Talent Officer, Raul Peña.
Thank you, Dr. Scribner. Good evening, Board. We're here today to share with you our Smarter School Spending Plan. I'll start off with the compensation plan, followed with Ms. Candelaria's budget plan. As shared on June 14th, the district is recommending to move forward with the four following big actions that were recommended by the TASB study. This was shared again on June 14th. The first one being realigning job groupings and condensing pay plans. That includes combining instructional programs and campus administrators, incorporating counselors, librarians, and nurses into campus professional support, and renumbering all the pay plans to streamline the numbering. We believe that that is something we can accomplish this year and can be completed this school year. Also, retitling and reorganizing jobs to create internal alignment and build logical career path progression within the pay plans. As shared last time, this is something that can be done in collaboration with the division chiefs as we continue to work with them, and that'll be ongoing work that is in progress. The other two big buckets of recommendations are as follows: is to implement the pay structure adjustments to align with the market, again, leading to strong starting salaries, midpoints align with market, and improving educator pathways. So that is ongoing work as well as we continue to work with our departments within the district. And lastly, here is adopt a general pay increase to maintain market position as well as adjustments to improve individual pay. Again, this is ensuring that all employees are paid at least 1% above minimum rate, strategic adjustments to pay closer to market and spread incumbent rates, teacher pay equity adjustments, and also placement scale adjustments. And as requested by the board on June 14th, we'll be bringing forth additional recommendations related to stipends and extra duty pay in the coming months. So let's start by delving into the proposed changes to the teacher salary schedule, which will simplify the pay structure and increase our competitiveness in the marketplace. So as we see here, proposed teacher salary schedule for bachelor's degree at 187 days, proposing 4% increase calculated from the base of the bachelor's degree salary, proposed entry level at year 0 at $60,000, and stipends for teachers for masters increasing that to $1,400 and doctorate at $3,000, and that would be added to the proposed base salary, the one which would be the highest at that time. And again, we also want to recommend hold harmless provisions for stipends will be implemented to make sure that no one loses money. And let's talk a little bit about safeguards to make sure that our teachers are moving in a positive direction. So safeguards would include that no employee, no teacher will make less than the 1920 salary schedule, which was grandfathered for those teachers at that year, and that teachers beyond the salary schedule would receive 4% of their current salary. That would ensure that all teachers financially benefit from the proposed changes that have been paramount for us to continue to be a premier school district. As recommended by TASB, realigning job groupings in the area of nurses, counselors, and librarians would help create logical career pathway progression for these groups. One of the steps in achieving this goal is to incorporate them into the campus professional support group. So here's the recommendation: utilizing the new midpoint model with their pay level to calculate their salary for the upcoming school year. That would be done at 4% from the midpoint raise or from 4% from their current salary, whichever is higher. Again, all current stipends would be incorporated into that raise, into that salary, and would lead to no additional stipends for master's or doctorate. And so let's talk a little bit about those safeguards again to make sure that we're taking care of this specific group. And again, the goal is to ensure that all impacted employees realize a financial benefit from this transition. So no employee will make less than that 1920 salary schedule that they're currently on. And then no employee makes less than 4% of their current salary or 4% of midpoint, whichever is higher. And again, at the end of today's meeting, moving forward, I will make sure that we schedule follow-up meetings with these groups of employees and have conversations about a Q&A to make sure that we answer any questions with nurses, counselors, and librarians, and any other potential questions that they might have. Our next group is our administrative, operations, and other staff. These are the other valued employees groups that not already discussed. We'll see general pay increases as well, valuing their commitment to students and ensuring our competitive edge for top talent. So we are recommending the new midpoint model within their pay level to calculate their salary for the upcoming school year at midpoint raise. And so let's talk a little bit about those safeguards. Again, the vast majority of these individuals in these pay groups are in the front line serving students. They directly provide services at our schools in the district. So these employees will receive 4% of midpoint of the pay grade, including those making more than maximum of the pay grade. And the reason that recommendation is being made is to respond to the concerns regarding inflation, increasing costs, particularly to food and gas prices, to ensure that all employees receive additional compensation. Now let's look at our hourly employees. These are our essential workers that play a vital role in the core function of our district. They are the backbone that support our students to have a safe, clean, and smoothly operating campus each and every day. Retaining these committed employees is a top priority for us, and to ensure that we stay a premier employer in our increasingly competitive marketplace, tonight we are proposing a raise to the minimum hourly rate of $15 per hour. Again, this would help us retain essential district employees in an increasingly competitive market. Once again, on June 14th, shared with you other retention incentives that we want to provide, and this is our team member appreciation incentive. In addition to the aggressive pay increases, many of our competing districts are offering retention incentives to their team members. For us, it's important in these three big buckets: rewarding commitment to our employees, increasing instructional consistency for our students to impact instruction, and retaining those employees throughout the entire instructional calendar. What would that look like? And again, this would be using ESSER funding for all full-time employees, including 180-day substitutes that would be eligible from September 1st of 2022 to May 26, 2023. They would receive two payments, one in December for $1,000 and one in June for the other $1,000, for the complete total of $2,000. For part-time employees, we're recommending that eligible employees be working from the district from, again, September 1st through the 26th, and partial payments of $500 in December and $500 in June, for a total payout of $1,000. And our substitutes also be eligible for this that have worked 45 days each semester to obtain their full incentive. Again, one would be paid out in December in the amount of $500, and the other one in June for a total of $1,000. On June 14th, we discussed an alternative proposal as well that was shared, at looking at paraprofessionals and hourly employees at 6%, classroom teachers and librarians and counselors at 5%, campus administrators and district support staff and coordinators and below at 4%, and central office administrators, directors, and above at 3%. When we look at this recommendation, here's the impact on the budget. If we look at the various increases for these various employee groups off midpoint, that would be closer to $30,910,000, close to $31 million impact on the budget. If we were to look at that proposal with doing that at base salary, it will be closer to $29.5 million, as you can see on slide 20 here, as far as the impact that would have on the budget to take action on that proposal. This is my last slide. As previous, Ms. Candelaria has a complimentary budget presentation. My recommendation would be to answer questions at the end of that presentation to make sure that we have the full picture, if the board is agreeable. And so I'll transition over to Ms. Carmen Candelaria.
Thank you, Dr. Peña. Good evening, President Jackson, members of the board. I'm Carmen Arieta Candelaria, CFO, and with me today is Patricia Young, our budget manager. And so my presentation is in regards to the budget adoption. This is the things that I'm going to be going over: the preliminary budgets for 22-23, which consist of the general fund, the debt service, and the food service that you are required to adopt. I'm going to go over some key dates that you will need to have some information on, and of course, requesting for the budget to be adopted. First of all, looking at the general fund, just to go over some of the key assumptions, again, from the prior meetings that we've had. We had some revenue assumptions, and then we had some expenditure assumptions. The first two revenue assumptions we had is declining enrollment projections, and I went over those enrollment projections and what we're dealing with regards to the decline. And also looking at our increasing assessed valuation and the impact on our tax rate as you consider that rate for adoption in August. Looking at the general fund expenditure assumptions, as Dr. Peña indicated, built into the budget is a 4% increase for teachers, 4% midpoint pay, or 4%, whichever is higher, for nurses, counselors, and librarians, a 4% midpoint pay increase for other staff, certain approved compensation study adjustments that were based on the TASB recommendations that you heard at the last meeting, and then those certain safeguards in place as presented in the compensation proposal. Again, once we implement the compensation plan, if we need to make final adjustment to the functions within those budgets, then we'll bring those back to the board. We also have no increase for the employee health insurance, which is good news for our employees. We have reflected some overall reductions in the general fund, and then the utilization of ESSER funds continues to assist us as we move through this budget process. Again, as assumptions change, because this is a budget that can be changed throughout the year, we bring those changes to the board for your consideration and approval. Looking at the general fund, it still remains as we have proposed since May at $819,514,000. And those are the various functions. Again, the board adopts the budget by function, by fund and function. Looking at the estimated revenue that were proposed is $779,132,000. And so the difference of excess appropriations and change in fund balance is a negative $40,382,318. When we look at the beginning fund balance at the end of last year of $281,399,000, that change represents and leaves us with an ending fund balance of $241,017,000, or 107 days approximately, estimated at 6/30/23. This, of course, represents 70 days above the marker of 90 days, which is the TA and GFOA, Government Finance Officers Association, recommendation of 90 days. Looking specifically at revenue, I call your attention to the last column, which is our preliminary 2023 budget. This breaks it down by local of almost $86 million in primarily property taxes, state revenues of $260,945,000, and then federal revenues, $29,419,000. So total of those types of revenues, $776,132,000. We've also built in, that's not included in those numbers, is a $3 million revenue calculation, another source related to the GASB 87 implementation that's required. Looking at the amount of ADA that's been built into the budget, we are projecting an estimated $63,764 of ADA. And that is compared to our projected of where we're at $65,213. I want to call your attention to the second to the last column where it reflects the hold harmless from the state of $11,391,000. That is based on some additional funding that we're going to receive because the state has held us harmless for the 1st through 4th 6-week periods. That money is not anticipated to be available in 2023. So that's why we're not budgeting for it and we're not estimating it. And so, but it is something that's going to impact our budget. If we look here from a visual standpoint, you can see that 62.3% of our funding comes from local property taxes, 33.5% comes from the state, and 3.8% comes from federal money. Here you can see our general fund expenditures and how it breaks down and how we look at how the different types of funding are categorized. So for instruction, when we typically talk about instructional dollars, we're talking about functions 11, 12, 13, and 95. So we look across our budget, that represent 58 cents of our dollar is going to instructional activities. Instructional support, which is functions 21, 23, 31, 32, 33, and 36, represents 19 cents. From a central administration standpoint, which is function 51, is 3 cents. District operations, which is functions 51, 52, 53, 34, and 35, represents 19 cents. And then 1% for debt service and other, and those various functions that are listed there. So this gives you a good graphic of where our money is going into. For the tax rates, we're going to propose that the M&O is the same rate as the current year. However, I do believe that it will be slightly lower once those final property values do come in late July. We're scheduled to receive them on July 25th or thereabouts. So I do anticipate that that rate will go down, and then we'll have some shifting. We'll receive additional state dollars to fill that gap. Our proposed INS rate is expected to remain unchanged at 29.2 cents. And again, those rates will come back to you for adoption in August of 2022. For food service, we had a slight change in this particular slide. There was a slight uptick in the amount of estimated revenues and appropriations based on an updated calculation from food services operations. So we're estimating here we're proposing a balanced budget of $46,327,000 in revenue, and the same in the appropriations of $46,327. We do have a fund balance remaining in the fund of $5,389,000 from the prior year. From a debt service perspective, we have estimated revenues of $149,427,000. Again, that's mostly from dollars that we receive from property taxes. We've estimated the appropriations at $120,472,163. And again, this will change when we come forward in August with the first sale of the bonds under the 2021 bond authorization. Here's some upcoming key dates that are important for the board to know. So at the next meeting, we'll have a report on the publication of the proposed tax rate. This is a new requirement there'll be a resolution to appoint a designated officer to calculate the no new revenue tax rate and the voter approval tax rate for the district. And that designated officer would be the chief financial officer. And then we have a parameters resolution order to issue the debt. On August 1st, the TA requires that we submit to them the compressed tax rate that the designated officer has calculated, and that is required to be submitted by August 1st. On August 12th, we will publish our proposed tax rate. That's the deadline for that. And then on August 23rd, we come back to the board and request that the board adopt an ordinance setting the M&O and the INS tax rates. This evening is the budget adoption date. Budget must be adopted by the Board of Trustees prior to July 1st, 2022. And please know that this budget with all of its contents has been published in the Fort Worth Star-Telegram in compliance with the requirements on June 13th, 2022. So with that, it's the end of my presentation.
Do we have any questions? Well, thank you all.
Thank you so much.
Oh, and Dar, I'm sorry. Trustee Dar, and then Dr. Rodriguez.
Thank you, President Jackson. Back to the compensation presentation on slide number 5. If we can go back to that real quickly. Can you please just elaborate a little bit more? Let me get it's a different presentation. Yeah. There you go. The next to last line, can you just elaborate a little bit more on what the hold harmless provision for stipends will be implemented, what that line means?
So when we talk about hold harmless, we're talking about an amount. And so when we look at the salary schedule and the steps, if there's a teacher for some reason or someone that would make less because of the 4%, then that adjustment would be made to make sure that they're whole and it reaches that 4%. If that makes any sense. And
Trustee Dart, let me just clarify that just a little bit. I think you're referring to the stipends, correct?
Yes and no. Just kind of the whole statement overall, I felt needed a little bit of clarification.
So this particular statement with regards to the hold harmless provision for stipends will be implemented. So if you look at the salary schedule, there is a variation between the bachelor's and the master's, and then the master's and the doctorate. It is not equally spaced. In other words, there is not a $1,400 spread between all of those steps. So for example, I'm going to call step number 32 has a spread of $1,321 between the bachelor's and the master's. So in that particular case, we are giving a $1,400 stipend, and so we don't need to make a hold harmless provision. In the same steps, the difference between the bachelor's and the doctorate is $4,302. Because our doctorate, to equalize it, is $3,000, we would provide a hold harmless amount of $1,302. Okay? So that is the hold harmless provision specifically related to those stipends.
Okay, I appreciate that specific example. Thank you. On slide 7, the line, no additional stipends for master's or a doctorate for nurses, counselors, and librarians. Why aren't they eligible for a stipend?
When we reviewed these positions, for example, when we look at counselors, they already require a master's degree to be a librarian or a counselor, and that's why we're incorporating that number that has historically been embedded in their salary raise as to be a part of the proposal and that transition into a pay grade.
Okay. But did I hear you also say that we're going to be continuing the stipend conversation at future board meetings?
Yes, we'll bring that information from TASB. Yes.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. And then finally on slide 15, I am thrilled to see the retention incentives. I fully support that, and I appreciate that. Thank you very much. I also am thrilled that you're including substitutes in that, because we all know, and we have learned firsthand, even more so than we knew before, how critically important substitutes are to our educational community. It mentions that if you're hired by September 1st of 2022, is there a retention incentive for someone who might be hired after September 1st? Because it would be a real booger. And I know there's got to be a line somewhere, but we also know that we're not going to start with a completely full staff before September 1st. And I want there to be an incentive for people to come and work for Fort Worth ISD and to stay in Fort Worth ISD.
That could be something we look at in terms of perhaps a bonus. Currently, we're trying to honor our current employees that have started the school year and honor their commitment as well. So something we can certainly look at.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Dr. Rodriguez.
Okay. Is there any compensation for the bilingual counselors like we just had speakers earlier?
that would be something that we can review with TASB and get recommendations, see what other districts are doing, so we can bring that to you in the next couple of months. I think that could be something
Yeah, I
we
think
can
that's
discuss.
important because it is very much needed and should be compensated for. Okay, on page 9, on the safeguards for administrative, does that include central administration?
So that group does include administration, central administration. So just to give you a breakdown, about 5,000 of our employees are teachers. The other half falls into this big bucket of administrative operations and other staff. Just to give you an example, most of that, 70% of that is comprised of campus leaders, assistant principals, and then campus professionals is probably the other big bucket of social workers, speech therapists, positions, instructional coaches. And so that group composes about 70% of these employees that directly support campuses. And then from there, you go into technology, business and operations, instructional program professionals that support at the district level. And then the smallest bucket would be directors and executive directors and executives.
Yeah, and the safeguards are what for, I'm talking just central administration, not the principals, teachers.
Yeah, that's where the midpoint model would help differentiate that increase in salary in that proposed 4%. And I think Ms. Candelaria and I kind of shared that model last time we met, where the raise would be given at midpoint, so that it would be based on where they fall within that pay grade. And we can certainly talk a little bit more and give you an example if you'd like.
Yes, please.
You have one that you can talk.
So I think that, so just to be clear on this, so we did do an analysis with regards to the people that are making more than the maximum of the pay grade, which I think is your question.
Yes.
There's 403 people in this group that are making more than the maximum of the pay grade. I don't know specifically if those are, what the breakdown is of that, but it's a very, very small group of people that are receiving more than the maximum of the pay grade. But with regards to the 4%, remember the midpoint model is that anybody that is above the midpoint, they would receive a proportionate amount relative to their salary when you calculate it. So maybe I'm not making myself clear. So for example, if someone is making more than the midpoint, they're going to be making less than 4% of their current salary. If they are below the midpoint, then they would receive slightly above that 4% of their current salary. So the objective in order to stabilize the pay levels is to pay off the midpoint. That means everyone in that same pay group receives the same dollar amount. And so what you're trying to accomplish with the midpoint model is trying to move everybody to the midpoint, to the market value of the job.
Okay, I understand that, but what is the safeguard exactly?
So the safeguard is that those making more than the maximum of the pay grade would receive a 4% of the midpoint of their pay grade, which would probably be about maybe 3% or less.
Okay.
Okay?
And on page 14, this appreciation incentive recommendation. So in addition, I'm sorry, but I'm focusing on central administration, most of these questions. Will the central administration, in addition to their 4%-ish raise, also receive this $2,000 incentive?
The current proposal is for all full-time employees, so the answer would be yes.
So that's even more money. Okay. And on page 19, okay, I'm glad you presented this, and Dr. Ryan had requested this. I just wish we got a little before time so we could look at it. But since it's here today, what is this compared to the 4% midpoint range? What are the numbers in comparison?
So the 4%, this is just the general fund. So the amount is 26 million, about $26.1 million in comparison to this number.
More?
It's 26 million, so it would be 26 million, less 31, it'd be $5 million more. This proposal in front of you would be $5 million more that we would have to incorporate into the budget.
$5 million more for this?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I think this is something I could support, because I think it compensates everybody will get a raise, but the paraprofessionals, which tend not to make as much money, would get an even bigger raise, which I think we need to help those individuals more so than people making more money. And with the central administration, again, I'm sorry, but 3% I think is good. And I had mentioned in our mini budget workshop about giving, if we're doing the 4%, about just increasing central administration 2%. Did you ever come up with that data?
I don't remember receiving that specific request, but we can certainly give you that number.
Yeah, in the mini budget workshop, I asked how much if the central administration only received a 2% increase instead of the 4%.
Well, I think it would be comparative here. So here on this document, it said 3% is going to cost $856,000. So if 1% of, I could just do the math on that really quickly. It would cost $570,750 off the midpoint.
Yeah, so that's significantly less than we have here, so. Yeah, I wish that was presented also, but that's all I have for now.
Dr. Ryan.
On the stipends we're doing for master's and doctorate, for our teachers, is that for a master's and or doctorate in their field, or is it in any area? So if they were trying to move up in administration, I'm paying them while they're still a teacher as they're trying to go in administration. So which way?
The current structure is at any master's and doctorate, of course, related to the education field.
Okay. And I guess the other question I've got with this, I know Dr. Rodriguez asked about the impact with the difference in funding raises, but we're also doing a lot of this payment with ESSER funds, and we all know that once we put payments and bonuses in there, that people expect those, and so we're going to run out of ESSER funds in, what, 2 years?
Yes, sir.
And so then we're going to have to look, if we do that again to try to keep these people or attract more people, we've got to find that money somewhere else, right?
Yes, we would have to find that somewhere
Okay.
else. But I think other districts would be in the same position. So many of the districts are offering the stipends from ESSER. So that would be something that we could look at and to try to remain competitive. But I would suspect that most of the other districts are also going to have to reduce that or fund it out of their general fund.
Okay. Well, with this and in the budget that we're looking at, we're down 2,000 students. If I look at starting teachers, that's basically, what, 60-something teachers that we would cut. So have we looked at any place else to try to make that difference so we can try to keep a number of teachers in there so we can we've got to bring these kids up from really low performance scores. So more people in the classroom and more tutors to help them is going to help. But what are we going to do? Because we're losing a lot of money from the state at 2,000 fewer students.
Agree. I agree, and I think that that's part of the reason that we went to a zero-based budget in this year. We did cut down 5.1% of our budget, and we're going to continue to need to move that needle going forward. We do need to continue to scrub our budget and and take the necessary measures in order to reduce the budget. And, I mean, we do have to do that. We also have, we're gonna have to have a more rigorous staffing review to make sure that we are adequately staffing our campuses equitably, but addressing the issue that we have with our revenues. It is something that we need to consider.
I'm just, interesting enough, in one of the fourth report of one of the papers that came out, they were showing that when Overton Park PTA raised $600,000. We got either no PTAs or few PTAs on the east side of town that can raise that kind of money. And so do we have anything in there that we can do to support those schools that can't, for whatever reason, have that kind of outside funding coming in? Are we able to have some of the money in the budget to help them out too?
Not specifically for that. We fund basically, when we do our campus allocations, we fund those on a per student basis. And then we allow the campuses to, with site-based decision-making, to make their own budgets and submit those to us. But we do not fund them based on whether or not they have a PTA or other outside sources such as that.
President Jackson, if I may, and also, of course, the title dollars. The title dollars follow
Yes.
students.
We do, which are not included in here, and all title dollars, thank you, Dr. Scribner, for that reminder, that we do allocate dollars based on various weighted calculations, and each of the budgets are posted and will be posted online for next year at each campus. Each campus that has a campus improvement plan is posted on the website, on their individual website, and it does specifically outline how much additional dollars they do receive based on those weighted allocations.
Well, I appreciate you looking at the variable scale. I think it's important for our paraprofessionals. If I'm getting $24,000 a year and you get 6%, I'm making $1,440 more that year. And if I'm at the top of my pay scale in central office and our chiefs, the difference is going to be somewhere between $5,200 and $10,000. So I really think that we ought to be able to do more for our paraprofessionals. So I appreciate you looking at that and bringing that to our attention. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Trustee Luebanos.
Thank you, President Jackson. Thank you for looking into the counselors, the bilingual counselors in the next coming months. On the smaller report, just to make sure I understood, so we are short $40 million, but we could be 30 if we get the money from the state. Is that correct? If we get 11.3.
Yes. So if we do receive, if they provide a hold harmless, but I'm going to say, I'm going to err on the conservative side. I don't believe that there'll be a hold harmless for next year unless there's a significant enrollment dropped or there's a significant COVID outbreak. Because if you'll notice, back in '21, we did receive $41 million. And then this year it's only 11.4, and they only covered us for the first 6 weeks. So the last 6 weeks, which did show a slight uptick in the ADA, are not covered. So I do think that the state would probably will not fund an additional hold harmless. So our budget has to be, we have to meet our budget, which is that ADA of $63,764, in order to get to where we need to be on these revenues. Does that answer your question? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Trustee Martinez.
I think both of my questions have been answered, but I do have just some couple of comments. Again, to the page 7 with the nurses, counselors, and librarians, I really hope that we can look at those bilingual stipends for counselors sooner rather than later down the road. Being bilingual is an asset at every level and in every role in our district, and they've made clearly they've been doing the translations, they've been doing the work, and they deserve to be compensated for it. So I hope that we can look at that soon. When it comes to the appreciation incentives, I kind of echo what Dr. Ryan's saying here about, I mean, it's great to essentially have these incentives and bonuses for new folks, but I'm really more concerned that we're rewarding those have been with us and stayed with us, and rewarding those that have been with us long term. And you can say that, well, they're getting a 4% raise, but that isn't it. That's not enough. I think we should have a heavy focus on rewarding those who've been in the classroom, dedicated to instruction and support. And so I just agree with Dr. Ryan and Dr. Rodriguez that, you know, we really should be focusing those dollars on rewarding the folks that have been there with us, have stuck through with us the last few years, and making sure that they feel rewarded for the job that they've been doing. And that's all I have.
Trustee Dar.
Thank you, President Jackson. Going back to the stipends, when we revisit this, after in July and August, whenever it is, I'd like it to be hopefully sometime this summer, because I think teachers and professionals need to know what to expect in the coming year. Is there a criteria for what identifies a person as bilingual? And to just elaborate a little bit, so I work with teachers who work with deaf children. And there is a difference between knowing sign language because you can fingerspell and knowing sign language because you're fluent in American Sign Language. And so, and it's really kind of almost more than just, the state may have a criteria, I'm not sure. What constitutes, and you don't need to answer this question right now, I'm kind of asking a rhetorical question. Unless you have an answer, you're welcome to share it with me. But as we're revisiting these stipends, it's good to know what constitutes someone as being bilingual. Because I know a little Spanish, but I am not bilingual.
So we do have, for professionals, we look at bilingual certification from the state on their education degree, on their certificate. And for our hourly employees, they do take a test for Spanish proficiency, and they must pass that to qualify for that extra money. So,
okay, I appreciate that feedback.
Yes.
Because I do think that there needs to be a measuring stick of some kind in order to ensure that the stipend is being provided to those who qualify and who are truly qualified to receive that stipend. So thank you. As we go through those presentations, any elaboration you think might be helpful would be appreciated.
Trustee Phillips.
Thank you, President Jackson. So thank y'all for this presentation. I know that y'all have been working a lot of time to get to this point of being able to present, this budget. So with that being the case, and like I said, listening to everything that's been said as far as from the presentation, reading through the material and everything, I get the concepts and everything. I get, the bullet points and what we're doing, but I would love for you all to just simply summarize why is this what you come today and say, hey, this is the move forward. This is what we need to do out of all the months of work. Like, what is that summary of why this is the budget that should be passed?
I'll just start with the compensation side in terms of the TASB study that was recommended. So that was some of the foundation for some of the recommendations. And then the other piece was looking at what our districts around us are doing as well to remain competitive in that area, and looking at not just professional salaries, but also looking at hourly wages and retention pieces that are there. So I think those are the three main areas where we see districts around us being very intentional and aggressive to remain competitive, and then also support our employees and that commitment to them. So that's from the compensation side, and I think Carmen can add it from the budgetary side.
Thank you. And thank you for the question. I don't think I've ever been asked that question. So I think it's a very good question. So I look at it from the standpoint of, looking at it from a fiscal health and sustainability lens, and ensuring that the budget that I'm recommending that comes forward is aligned to the priorities and strategies that we have, that we are covering the base services that we need within all of the different areas. It's not necessarily just instruction, but focus really on instruction. I like to see certain ratios there where we put most of the dollars in, because that is our core mission and core business. And I also look at it from the standpoint of, are we able to operate the district from the operations side and fiscally? So those things have all come together in the culmination of this document. And I think that the other thing that we did this year, and I'm really proud of the team and Patricia that's with me today, is that we pivoted early on when I first started to a zero-based budgeting model, which I think is really key and very important to be able to drill down and to be able to see what we're actually spending dollars on. And then with regards to the midpoint model, I'm very proud of the work that we're presenting today. It takes a lot of work and effort and frankly courage to be able to change some of the way that we're implementing the budget and compensation. It is a lot of work to do it, but I do think that some of the comments that I have listened to over the course of the budget hearings and so forth has really encouraged, I think, for us to bring this budget forward. It is a lot of changes, but I think that we need to make the changes when it comes to the compensation and ensure that our pay structures and our pay grades are aligned. So I think that's a great question, and I hope I've provided you some feedback as to how we go about developing the budget, because it does take a lot of time and energy and cooperation among everyone.
Absolutely, yeah, definitely answered it, and I can appreciate that answer as well. I'm also appreciative of my colleagues and the questions that they raised or the comments. And I guess just for me, as we're looking at budgeting moving forward, I'm hearing certain things that definitely resonates with me as well. And I think the real focus there is that we have to ensure that we take care of folks, right? I mean, we're talking about recruitment and retention and all these other things. We're talking about those who we already have on board that have rolled with us for so long. And it's so many moving parts to a budget, so many moving parts to operations. But hopefully what we're doing now, particularly since with this being a brand new board, we finally complete, that we really do take that lens to our budgeting cycle of, one, how are we spending towards students, right? They have to be the priority, right? And then how are we taking care of folks? And to some of my colleagues' points, Dr. Ryan, Trustee Martinez, about those folks who are normally overlooked, that don't get the great pay bump, that are not making, the big salaries and things. How are we able to lead the way in taking care of people in those arenas? And that behooves us because it also helps with that recruitment. It also helps with that retention when we could be at the forefront of what those things looking like. So I'm hearing the budget today, and I'm definitely understanding what's happening here. It seems like it's a balancing out, getting us on to where on the playing field we need to be on to kind of get structures in place. Hopefully what the takeaways can be from this, though, is about how we are taking care of people, and particularly the people who have normally not been taken care of moving forward, to be leading in that effort when it comes to education. Thank y'all for this presentation.
Thanks to each of you for your questions. And I think what we're hearing from the board is we want to take care of the people that take care of our kids. And I believe what I heard from you is we need to right-size this organization and we need to scrub the budget. I'd like to see once a month we look at places where the budget is being scrubbed, areas that staff is looking at, and where this board should focus and how we can help you. It's essential. We have the ESSER dollars now. We have more money in education than we've ever had. We have more people looking at us to see how successful we are. And the bottom line is we need to make our kids successful. So I want to make sure we stay on top of the budget now. And with you here, it's a whole new arena and it's a whole new opportunity. So thank you, and thank you for the way you've presented things. For one, the dollar. I mean, it's just the visuals that you present, they're very helpful. And I know we still ask a lot of questions, but I promise you probably more. You really did a great job, all of you have, so thank you. At this time, we will hear from those who requested to speak concerning the 2022-2023 budgets for the General Fund, Debt Service Fund, and Child Nutrition Fund. Public comment on the 2022-2023 budgets for the General Fund, Debt Service Fund, and Child Nutrition Fund will begin with Mr. Joe Palmer. And as there are 7 speakers, we will have 3 minutes if you so desire.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Joe Palmer, District 5. Right off the bat, you're in violation of Statute 55107, that's state law, that allows people to speak at public meetings. A governmental body shall allow each member of the public who desires to address the body regarding an item on an agenda for an open meeting of the body to address the body regarding the item at the meeting before or during the body's consideration of the item. You violated state law tonight. You violated it before. You've got a 325-page agenda, and you're giving people a minute to speak. We have concerns about items on the agenda, and we want to address the body, and you need to be in compliance with state law. According to TAD, the average residential property value rose by 20%. If you adopt a budget with the same rate or even 2 or 3 cents below the rate of last year, you're going to crush families. You need to do it the opposite way. You need to say, what does a budget look like? Bring me a budget that is based on a rate that is the no new revenue rate. And I'm giving you the new growth. You can have the new growth, all right? What is the no new revenue rate? Now you dial in a budget based on that. If you do this, look here, this is from your website. A family living in a $100,000 home after the 2020 TRE tax increase, they're looking at $356 more a year on their property tax bill. That's a lot of groceries. $200,000 home, $713 more a year. That's not pennies. Every time you sell a bond, oh, it's just $2 a month. It's Sally Struthers. It's just a coffee a week, a coffee a month. $300,000 home. Some of these admins live in a $300,000 home. That's guaranteed. Maybe they can buy a nicer home after you give them 4% increase. Dr. Rodriguez, you're right on the money. Don't give them 4% increase. You asked a question of staff, and staff did not respond to your question. You asked the question during a meeting, and they didn't respond to your question. It's a valid question. Don't give them 4%. Give them 2%. You tell me where in the private sector somebody's getting 4%. You people live in a bubble, and you work in a bubble. These are not the only people that have children. These are not the only people that have mortgages. People bought an $80,000 pickup, and they're filling up more than $5 a gallon. What are they going to do this weekend? People are going to pop off on you. Trustee Phillips, you're talking about, what did you say? We have to take care of folks. Give me a summary. We aren't interested in votes on $800 million budgets being based on a 30-second summary. When people find out what you did to them tonight, they're not going to care about that summary. They're going to know why you voted for a budget that gouged them and cost them more money, took food off their table. If you care about people, you will scrap this budget. I guess tonight is the only time you can do it because staff pushed you up against the wall. You got to vote tonight because it's right now. It's right around the corner. Cut this budget. Cut the increases. Cut the millions of dollars.
Thank you. Jennifer Crossland will be followed by Miriam Lambert.
Good evening. I'd like to talk on consent agenda item on page 72, approve purchase of touchless water fountains for $1.5 million. I was looking at a consent agenda item from August 25th, 2020, in which you purchased 960 touchless water fountains that allegedly would have made touchless water fountains at all schools. So now you have a new proposal here for 500 water fountains for $1.5 million, when in 2020 you purchased $960 for less than $1.1 million. So I'm just wondering, what are these water fountains? Because there's no attachment for what they are, but if I use the specifications from 2020, then you're using the Murdoch BF12 bottle filler, Murdoch A172408S bi-level water cooler. Well, when I take the water coolers from the quote in 2020, that's less than $500,000 for your 500. So where's the $1 million? I mean, what are you spending $1.5 million on? And the other thing is the excuse on here says that you're doing it to keep kids safe because they're touchless. So it helps with not spreading germs, but you don't even have hand soap in the bathrooms at your schools. So why are you doing $1.5 million here when kids need hand soap in the bathrooms? I've already sent an email about this, so it's in the works, but parents have been complaining about hand soap, and I've been wondering, what are they talking about? Well, I worked the election there this last cycle. No soap in the bathrooms. I found 28 one-gallon jugs of hand sanitizer in an unsecured hallway. So why are we spending $1.5 million on touchless water fountains and not working on hand washing? We're not working on soap. Why aren't there hand sanitization stations all over these campuses? The automatic ones, they're all over everywhere else. Thank God the elections committee gave us our own hand sanitizer for the elections. I mean, I have here from the CDC guidelines for K-12 schools amidst the COVID crisis. They talk about ventilation systems, which is also in this 325-page agenda with no specification on what these filters are you're voting on. They talk about cleaning and disinfection. I spent 13 hours at Pascal. I saw nobody cleaning and disinfecting anything. Why don't we start there?
Mr. Chairman, if I may just remind the public that this portion of the meeting, the public hearing is on the budget. Ms. Crossland did reference costs, so that's okay, but just a reminder to the speakers. You got it, thank you. But just a reminder to the speakers, just to this is about the budget, so please reference your comments or tie your comments to the budget.
All right, thank you, Attorney Castillo. Right, next we have Miriam Lambert. And Miriam Lambert will be followed by Holly Clemens.
I'm here to talk about consent agenda item B6. It's a proposed expenditure of $8.5 million for insurance. The biggest issue is that all of the insurance are just grouped together with no detail or explanation. It just says that under this coverage is property, contents, contractor equipment, boiler, and machinery. It also includes terrorism and active shooter coverage. Well, those are all real different things, and we need to be told very specifically, as do the trustees, exactly what the expenditures are for and what it covers, especially in light of the tragedy that happened in Uvalde with 19 students and 2 teachers. I'm asking you to table this particular agenda item until we further know the details of just how this insurance is going to cover it, in particular when it comes to the terrorism and active shooter coverage. We need explanations before this kind of expenditure. I thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Ms. Lambert. Holly Clemens will be followed by Carrie Raymeyer.
Can I wait for Trustee Jackson to come back? I mean, I would like to speak to the whole board. I think that the public deserves that. Can we maybe take a 5-minute break till she comes back?
Well, I'm not sure exactly how long she's gonna be out, so I wouldn't want to postpone too much longer. If you, what we could do is, if you would like for Ms. Bremeyer to go in front of you,
She's not here.
okay? And we have Ms. Super after Ms. Bremeyer.
So this
Tell
is,
you what.
She's the board president. She's one that sets the agenda, and that's what we're.
so is Mr. Poole here?
going over.
Yes, do we have Mr. Poole here? Mr. Poole, let's go ahead and have, what we'll do is we'll have Mr. Poole go. He'll have 3 minutes. If President Jackson is not back by then, let's just go ahead and have the comments, and she'll be privy to them as well. All right, Mr. Poole, thank you for your adjustment, sir. And after Mr. Poole, we'll have Holly Plemons. I heard Carrie is not here, and then we'll have Amy Super after that. Thank you.
Good evening, members of the board and Dr. Scribner. Mr. Phillips, I started thinking about your questions. It's a really good question, not the what is the budget, but why is the budget? For my cheap seats, it's because every student deserves it. Every student deserves a safe ride in a bus to a school, and that takes professional bus drivers. They deserve clean schools, and that takes professional custodians. They deserve high-quality education in every classroom, and that takes professional educators. And hopefully it takes AC and heat, and that takes professional maintenance. And to provide all those services that every child deserves means we have to attract the highest quality employees into the district and retain our high-quality employees that have dedicated sometimes their entire career to this district. And that's what this budget does. We are in a hiring war with other school districts in the private sector, and we have to act accordingly. Bank of America announced a $25 minimum an hour wage for their lowest employees. We can't match that. So what we have to do is get creative. Not only are we competing with other school districts, we're competing with private sector. So the raise incorporated in here does that. It helps attract and it helps retain. And the retention bonus is absolutely necessary, and it's a really good thing. And the adjustments that TASB has recommended based on comparison to other districts in the private sector is much needed. And the stipends that are going to be coming later, whether it's bilingual for counselors, bilingual for nurses, is absolutely necessary too. It is the job of this district and this board and this administration to make sure that the students have the highest quality professionals serving them. And one thing though about this budget to consider is the nurses, counselors, and librarians. It's good to hear that their information is going to be shared with them after the fact, but they haven't heard that the shifts may occur. And I know this board and this administration will react quickly if there's any unintended consequences to the changes being made to those three groups. And I'll work hand in hand with the administration and you all on doing that. But like I said, from the cheap seats, it's easy to answer, but it's absolute truth. Every child in this city deserves it. So thank you.
Holly Plemons will be followed by Amy Super.
Okay, I'm Holly Plemons, mom of 3, taxpayer in Fort Worth ISD. I'm talking about consent agenda item 8B on page 74. You guys have the HVAC air filter replacement service for $765,000. This is all the information you got, 2 pages. It says that Mr. Coburn is recommending that you guys use Tex air filters, and there were 5 bids, 1 hub firm, and then 4 compliant bids. Where are the bids for the public to review? Where are the bids for you to review? Why was Tex Air chosen? We don't know that. I spoke with Mr. Coburn today, and he said that I could FOIA that. So 2+ weeks after you guys vote on it, I can get the information. But if you guys want the information, you can ask for it. Like you guys had so much time to go over 325-page, $1.6 billion agenda items and dig into that and ask for that information. When we talk about being transparent and working with the public, this is what we're talking about. You're going to spend $700,000 of taxpayers' money and you don't even know what the other bids were. Great that you guys are picking a company that is a minority or whatever, but what if they were double? What if they were double? Why can't we hire people and give contracts to people based upon the work that they do instead of their color or their race or their gender? The other item is C, Literacy Conference, and that's another one. I asked how many Fort Worth ISD people are going to be at this, and Ms. Sorensen's office told me I could FOIA that. And you guys can get that information if you ask for it, meaning that you guys had so much time to go over it. So let's see, it is $38,376. $3,750 is what it's going to cost for swag bags. Is this a training session or is this a fun event? You're going to spend $18.31 per person per day for lunch. Chick-fil-A is $10, and Chick-fil-A is pretty expensive. Again, is this a fancy event or is this a training session? $950 for a photographer. Is this a training event or is this for photo ops? If you guys don't do this $38,376, that's 1,535 hours of private tutoring for our students. Also, 10B, marketing. You want to know how you guys can get free marketing? Educate our kids, treat your staff properly, work with parents, and be transparent. Free. I'll be the first one to come out as soon as you guys start doing that and say Fort Worth ISD is ready to work with parents. They're ready to start educating kids free. You're going to spend over $1 million to scam people into coming back to Fort Worth ISD like you guys are going to actually educate their kids. You can do it for free just by doing what you've been told to do and been.
Thank you. Amy Super is our final speaker for the public hearing.
Excuse all of my scattered paperwork. I have your 300 and however page agenda first to go over, then I listen to this, then I listen to your questions. It changes what I want to say. I want to respond to different things. First of all, I have to let you know that even though I'm super happy that TASB's not a part of NASB anymore, they were still affiliated with them for a good long while. This would be the group that tells everybody that comes out here that they're domestic terrorists. So when I have my admin continually referencing TASB's recommendations, yeah, that doesn't go over real well with me to begin with. I'm not a domestic terrorist. Remember when the bus drivers came up here in mass last year talking about pay, talking about how hard it was to get by? If I just saw what I thought I saw up there, you're only going to pay them $15 an hour. That's $600 a week. Those are the type of people that Q is talking about. You want to explain to them how they're going to get by on that? Good luck with that. I'd also like to talk about the fact that we just mentioned, someone brought up how you identify a bilingual teacher. Certification is required. So it's required to get the stipend to be a bilingual teacher, but it's not going to be certified if you go ahead and vote on this District of Innovation plan for teachers in grades 7 through 12. Is that only if they're not bilingual? Just asking. Your zero, what did you refer to it as? Zero cost budgeting. You know, I know I'm just, not an accountant. I hear zero cost budgeting and I think balanced budget, right? No, not so much. Looking at just your own budget, I'm seeing, and I learned math, a long time ago, but I'm pretty sure that when the numbers are in parentheses, that means it's a deficit. And I'm seeing $40 million in deficit. You're talking about losing more students, losing more state funding. That's going to increase the deficit. You're talking about the property values are going to go down once everybody gets in and protests and the property values go down a little bit. You're going to lose more funding from that. So how is that going to fix the $40 million deficit? I don't have a $200 million slush fund, which I guess you guys do, because I see in last year's budget you also had a deficit and you just pull money out of that and put it into this. I'd kind of like to know how that works too. But it was interesting to look up zero-based budgeting. I advise other people to do it as well. I'd like to see our bus drivers get paid a decent living wage. And I would also like to let you know that in Grand Prairie ISD, They're paying their teachers more. They're recruiting my daughter-in-law back, paying her more. They're going to give her a bonus. And guess what else they have? Childcare centers for teachers, where they're going to be able to take my grandson and pay $600 a month for full-time childcare. Good luck with competing with that.
Thanks to each of you for staying here with us, and thank you for your comments. The public hearing is now closed. Moving on to 15 action agenda items. 15A is discussion and action to approve compensation plan for the 2022-2023 school year. Do I have a motion?
I do.
Trustee Evans?
I have a motion to approve the compensation plan for the 2022-2023 school year to include an increase of 4% salary increase for teachers, 4% midpoint pay, or 4%, whichever is higher, for nurses, counselors, and librarians, 4% midpoint pay increase for other staff, approve compensation study adjustments based on TASB's recommendation, and safeguards in place as presented by staff in today's compensation proposal.
Do I have a second? Second by Trustee Phillips. Any discussion? Trustee Luébanos?
Thank you, President Jackson. I'm going to abstain on this item, as my wife is an employee of the district.
Okay. Trustee Luébanos will abstain. Dr. Ryan?
I can't vote for a 4% across the board. I still think we need to pay our paraprofessionals and teachers more, simply because of the inflation that we face right now. They need the help. You just heard the audience talk about it. Those bus drivers and custodians and kitchen workers need the money. They're the ones that are coming up short, and I think we just need to come out and take care of our people that need it.
Thank you, Dr. Ryan. Dr. Rodriguez?
Yeah, too many of our students are not doing well. We cannot wait several months to address these issues. Moreover, we have lost thousands of students, yet central administration not only has remained the same, you're proposing even more money. That does not send a good message to the taxpayers and community members. Although I do like the staggered pay raise, I see it will increase our budget, and I think we need to examine that further in the future. So I would like to make a substitute motion of a midpoint 4% raise and a 2% raise for central administrators making over
$150,000?
Yeah,
Dr. Rodriguez?
Yeah.
Okay, we got you. Do I have a second for the substitute motion?
Well, President Jackson, we have a motion on the, Attorney Castillo, it seems like we have a motion already moved and seconded.
So no,
Wait.
Dr. Rodriguez could make a substitute motion, and she did. So at this point, we wait for a second, and then at that point, if there's a second, then the board would vote to adopt the substitute motion as main motion. And if that passes, then that becomes a main motion, and you could have discussion.
Appreciate that. And my apologies, President Jackson.
No, thank you. Backup is good. It's teamwork. Do I have a second for Trustee Rodriguez? Second, Dr. Ryan. Any discussion? Let's move to voting. Trustee Rodriguez, would you like to clarify the motion?
The motion would be to have a 4% midpoint raise and a 2% raise for central administrators making over $150,000.
And Trustee Dr. Rodriguez, as far as the paraprofessionals at the minimum, $15, is that still, the rest of the recommendation by admin, is that still okay with you?
Yes, it's just a central administration that I'd like to have a 2% raise.
Okay, so everything as presented except for central administration making
Correct.
over 150,000, 2% raise.
Correct.
Okay.
Moved by Trustee Rodriguez, seconded by Trustee Ryan. Please move to voting unless there's any more discussion.
I have a question.
Trustee Dar?
How does this substitute motion help those that need the help the most?
Can we vote on the substitute motion first, and then if it becomes the main motion, then you could have a substantive discussion on it?
Okay, certainly. I'm trying to think through this.
Okay, are you ready or move to voting on the substitute motion?
Madam Board President, I have a quick question. Sheet, that alternative sheet that had the 6% increase for I think it was for the para?
No, because that would increase the budget. This other way, it would decrease the budget.
Okay, got
And
it.
still, everybody would get a midpoint raise, 4%, except for central administrators who make the most in the district.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, can we please move to voting? Trustee Bridges?
Learning all the twos here. I'd like a little bit more discussion for one, because just coming on board, that's a lot of money we're spending and in a short period of time. And there's a lot of pieces that I'm trying to get my head wrapped around. And what my mind comes to more is, I know some of those bus drivers that are struggling, and I think those are things that need to be in the conversation. I know some of those teachers who are struggling, and who I'd like to see more discussion wrapped around that. So that's why I'm open for some more discussion.
I agree. Council, we still need to vote on the substitute motion.
Yes, ma'am.
So 6 votes, one abstain, and I need 3 more votes. 1 more vote. And the motion fails. The 3 yeas were Jackson, Ryan, and Rodriguez. There were 2 abstains from Bridges and Luebanos. And there were 4 noes from Trustee Phillips, Martinez, Dar, and Evans. Moving back to the original motion.
Yes, ma'am. So I believe you had a motion, or if you could
Trustee Evans had
and
moved.
and a second, but
And we had a second by Trustee Q. Phillips.
so we could still have discussion, or if you guys are ready to vote, you could vote.
You guys ready to discuss some more? Trustee Bridges?
Yes, please.
Trustee,
So, and again, some of this is new to me, so bear with me just a little bit. In this discussion, are we able to raise the question about raising the pay of some of these bus drivers and that are struggling? That I think that's a huge need, and how we're losing many teachers because of the competition that's going on around us. That if we really want to see about attracting teachers, obviously number one thing is money. And when I first read the agenda and I saw 4%, I was like, wow, that's it for the teachers? For all they've been through, that's the discussion I'd want to have as to why only 4% with the competition and what's going on around, and at the same time, what they're dealing with on a day in and day out basis.
thank you. Trustee Rodriguez?
Okay, can I make another substitute motion then?
I'm
Is
s-
this the time
One-
to do that?
1 second. Trustee Bridges? You were done? And no questions, sir?
My question would be, in this discussion, how would we see about raising the pay salary of some of the maintenance workers as well as bus drivers? I'd like to see more discussion around that.
Thank you very much, President Jackson. Certainly, the market analysis would be something we want to look at. It is a competitive market. And I believe 1% on the salary schedule district-wide is $7 million in that area for 1% on the total salary schedule.
Yes, I believe that was correct. But if I may address the question with regards to bus drivers. So we're not recommending that we lower their pay. We are making an adjustment for the pay plan. So the $15 is not related to those individuals that are already making more than $15. So just to assure you that we're not recommending the lowering of any of the pay schedules. So the individuals that will be affected in the pay plans are the administrative support pay plan, the instructional support, the certain operations. So that the employees that will be affected, in other words, their salary or their hourly wage will go up to $15. These are some of the individual positions: custodians, ground workers, campus monitors, attendants, office attendants, teaching assistants, bus attendants, and nutrition service workers. So those individuals have on the pay plan are not at $15. And so our recommendation is to move those groups up to a minimum of $15.
And Trustee Bridges, I would say earlier this school year, we increased bus drivers' salary 19%, so they're at $22 an hour. And that was very tight with our school district to the east and the DFW Metroplex in terms of competitiveness. So again, as Candelaria addressed, that would not impact them, but they would be part of the increase as well.
Thank you, Trustee Bridges. Trustee Dr. Camille Rodriguez.
Okay, so I'd like to make another substitute motion to approve the proposed compensation increase of the staggered pay wages with changing central administration from 3%, which is on page 19 of this, to 2% on central administration. So although this would increase the budget, that 1% would save some money. So my substitute motion is to approve the proposed compensation increase of various off the midpoint, including fringe, except for the central administration, decrease that to 2% instead of 3%.
Do we have a second? Trustee Ryan? Dr. Rodriguez has moved. Trustee Ryan on the second. Any discussion? Trustee Dar?
Thank you, President Jackson. I'm having a hard time with percentages that don't come attached to dollar amounts. And so as we're making these motions, because if I remember correctly, when Trustee Rodriguez asked about what would reducing that central office administration be, it would only take it down to about $500,000, which is a difference of almost about $300,000, which would then still put us over the original proposed amount for the budget. So does that make sense?
Yes, ma'am.
So reducing this to 2% still puts us over where we want to be within that sustainable range. Is that correct?
So we would, yes, that is correct. We would have to come back to the board with an increase of $5 million to the budget. If I heard correctly, that this is the motion that's on page 19, with the exception of 2% for central administration, which would affect 186 employees. Those employees that are categorized as central office administration.
Okay, and what is the difference between the proposal on page 19 and the proposal on page 20?
So the difference between the proposal on page 19 is that the one on 19 is off the midpoint, the calculation, the methodology that we are recommending with the 4%. This is the same methodology off midpoint on page 19. On page 20, it's just off the straight base salary.
Okay, all right, thank you for clarifying that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, but, so, and I'm gonna say it one more time, because I just wanna, this is an important vote. If, with the proposal that, the alternative proposal that is on the table right now, we will still be $5 million over budget.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee Ryan.
We're over budget anyway. Doesn't matter which pay increase we put through, it's still gonna raise money that is gonna be hard, but I still go back to those that are paid the least need some more. They can't keep up with it. You're gonna lose people because they can go out to jobs out in the community. And so I still think we need to pay our teachers 5% and our paraprofessionals 6%. If you want to cut back central office administration to 0, I'd entertain that for right now. But I'll go along with what Dr. Rodriguez had said at 654 and 2. I know it's some more money, and I've been sitting here a lot going, why are we spending money that we don't have? But this is one time with those, especially those folks, they've got it, they need to have it. They can't keep up with an 8% inflation rate that we've got now or even higher. Even if they're making another 14, like I said, a $24,000 employee, they're only making $1,400 more. And if they're paid less than that, I don't know how they stay up with it. So I've got to side with those folks.
Trustee Phillips.
Thank you, President Jackson. Yeah, you get no argument out of me as far as with what Dr. Ryan is saying about paying more to the individual positions that you named, by all means. If that's what we're going to entertain, is saying that, hey, we understand that the budget will be further in deficit, but we going further in deficit because folks such as such you named, bus drivers, custodians, cafeteria workers, when we're talking about those folks getting more money, I'm all for it. If that's the secondary motion, which it is not. It is not. It is not. So if that is what we were going to do, no problem. But what we're also doing is what we're saying is a lot of this conversation that I'm hearing is devaluing central administration workers, as if they're doing something wrong in some way, or as if they're not supposed to get compensated as well. Now, understanding that their salaries are larger than when we're talking about the other pay grades, absolutely. But when we're talking about recruitment, when we're talking about retention, we're talking about one of the best and brightest to come in to some of these high-level positions to be able to serve Fort Worth ISD. You think they want to come here when they're looking back and saying that we don't value them and you get what you get and hopefully you're going to be okay? No. We want the best and the brightest, and we have several of the best and brightest right now that have worked their tail off through a whole lot of stuff that we've been through for us to be able to just say that they don't deserve what it is that's being presented, particularly when our CFO is telling us that this is our best plan of action. Now, if we want to say that that we do the 4% mid-raise and all those midpoint and all those things, and in addition to that, we also want to take care of those who have been marginalized normally, those who don't make exorbitant salaries, right? Absolutely. Sign me up all day. Count my vote in, right? But I don't want to sit here and act like that it's folks in this room, some of the folks that's presented at this table right now, as if they're not working hard. So that's a totally different motion to me than what is being presented currently. If we want to entertain that, we can, but that's not currently what's on the table. And it's been presented as if It's like as if the folks that are in the positions that we mentioned are not about to get more money or that we're not taking care of them. Can we take care of them more? Great, I'm in, let's do that. But it was disingenuous to make it seem as if we're not, as if somehow they were going to be disqualified and not receive much more, because most of the plan of this is to say, hey, they're already at this certain level of position. We need to raise that up to make sure that we are competitive, on point, and they deserve the raises for those who have already been here. So I just want to make sure that we're setting straight what it is we're doing, because it seems like we're getting a lot of hooting and hollering and hand claps for stuff that really ain't on the table at the moment. It sounds good, and it'll make a good social media post, but it's not reality at the moment. I yield, President.
Thank you. Trustee Luebanos.
Thank you, President Jackson. So how much more money will it be to leave the central office administration at 4% and then increase the paraprof hourly at 6%?
Those amounts again, and
So-
just give me a couple seconds.
To leave the central office admin at 4%, and then do the paraprof hourly at 6%.
Okay. Just give me 1 minute.
So I do agree with Trustee Phillips. We value central administration, but we also value the hard work that our hourly people are doing.
While we're waiting for our CFO to calculate and make sure her calculations are correct, Dr. Scribner, could you clarify?
Yeah, I just wanted to check again with Trustee Rodriguez. When we say central office, I understand that to mean central office administrators making $150,000 or more, not central office administrative assistants or coordinators. Those are not in that category, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, good.
Okay, I never said central administration does not work hard. That's not what I was saying, Mr. Phillips. What I was saying is central administration makes the highest salaries in this school district, and a 4% increase would be about $6,000 to $8,000 for those individuals, while teachers would probably make a maximum raise of about $3,000. Mr. Poole, if you're still here, you can, I know you know those numbers better. That's what I'm saying. And I'm also saying that some employees make, $20,000 or $24,000, as Dr. Ryan said, so their increase would be $15,000. Yeah, $1,500, sorry. And that's just what I'm saying. Everybody deserves a raise, but when you're making $200,000, your 4% raise is going to be significantly more. If you get a 2% raise, your raise ends up being similar to what everybody else in the school district their pay increase would be. That's what I'm saying. I never said any, and I never will say people do not do their job and do not work hard, because people who do not do their job and do not work hard will no longer work in this Fort Worth ISD, in my opinion. So I just wanted to clarify.
Do you have the numbers?
Yeah, it's about $900,000. So I would say with fringe, easily under $1 million for that 2%, for the additional 2% for the paraprofessional and hourly.
Can you please clarify specifically what that number relates to? We were just throwing all kinds of numbers around, and I want to make sure I'm getting this right.
My understanding of the recommendation or the consideration was that it would be 4% of midpoint, as we presented, 4% of midpoint for nurses, counselors, and librarians, or 4% salary, or 4% of salary, whichever is higher. Admin, operations, and other staff at 4% of midpoint, with the exception of paraprofessionals and hourly at 6% of midpoint. Plus, all of those additional groups at 15, increase their minimum hourly rate to $15.
And if I may, President Jackson, and central office administrators earning more than 150,000, that percentage would be what, Dr. Rodriguez, in your substitute motion?
2%.
2%.
And 2%, so that would be less, that would be offset against that 900,000.
Is it 2% or 3%? Because I thought we already had the motion with 2%, and then we came back to this page 19. So what is the motion that we're deliberating right now?
The motion that you are deliberating is page 19, but with the exception on central office admin, not at 3% to be at 2%, but only to apply to central office admin making $150,000 or more.
And just to clarify, I'm sorry, I thought I heard teachers, nurses, counselor at 4%. Are we still?
No,
Are you
there are
saying-
5. It's page 19.
Okay, so so page 19, 2% of midpoint for central office administration, plus the $15 minimum hour requirement, minimum amount. Is that correct? Or is that off the table?
No, that's correct.
Okay.
Dr. Rodriguez, would you please clarify? I just want to make sure that you're in agreement with what has just been stated.
Yeah, it's page 19, right?
Yeah, page 19. Okay, my motion is to approve the proposed compensation increase, various off midpoint, including fringe, as proposed on page 19, with the exception of the central administration receiving a 2% increase instead of a 3% increase.
But for $150,000 or more, right?
Yes.
Yes, okay, thank you, ma'am. So we had a question real quick by Dr. Ryan. Central office administrators under 150,000 would be at the 3% as proposed on this sheet, correct?
No, 2%.
Oh, I'm sorry, no. The under the 150,
Yes,
okay,
or, yeah, that'd be fine.
okay, thank you.
And these fringes, does that include car stipends, or what is included in the fringes?
So fringes, it includes the, all of the non-voluntary, or so like all the taxes associated with that. It does not include any of the allowances, stipend allowances or anything like that. Just mandatory taxes.
Okay.
Trustee Phillips?
Thank you, President Jackson. So yes, and thank you for your earlier clarification, Dr. Rodriguez. I wasn't trying to mischaracterize your wording saying what you said, but what I was alluding to was it seemed the sentiment in the room was that we can do away with the raise to central administration staff, and it seems like that we were going down that hole of like theirs can be decreased and we can just keep on pushing away, right? And so the biggest thing I want to make sure is that central administration staff, along with the rest of our employees, understand how valued they truly are. Not that we're trying to nickel and dime them out of what it is that they are supposed to get, right? And so, not saying that you said that, Dr. Rodriguez. So, thank you for your clarification, allowing you to speak for yourself in the way that you did. So I wasn't trying to mischaracterize your words, but more of the sentiment that was happening. Now, as far as the motion that we have before us now, and Trustee Llewellyn knows this is where you can correct me if I'm wrong. It seems to me that the question you were asking, and where I'm very much on board, was what if the original motion that we had as far as the 4% midpoint, everything happened, but then how much additionally would it cost us to be able to put more funds into the positions in which we've been talking about? So it wouldn't decrease central administration. It wouldn't decrease anyone from what the 4% midpoint looks like. It would actually be just us putting more money where our mouth is, saying that, hey, it might, much like Dr. Ryan said, we're at a deficit anyway, so, if we're gonna put some more money out there, at least we're putting more money into bus drivers, custodial staff, teachers, whatever the case may be, in order to raise them even higher. So, I mean, like I said, I don't want to mischaracterize your question, but is that where you were going?
Correct.
Yes, and so that I am 100% on board with, right? So when it comes to the motion that is on the floor currently, I will be voting no, because that is not what Trustee Llewellyn just said. This is a different one that Dr. Rodriguez has brought forward. That is what I'm going to be voting no to. Now, we talking about substitute motions and everything. If there's a substitute motion for what Trustee Llewellyn is talking about, you're going to have my full support in that.
And in my...
Okay, but not yet. We got one substitute motion on the table.
Okay, I'm just clarify what my vote means, that we really can put our money where our mouth is if we're doing what he's suggesting.
But in that question, they answered the question that it will increase by close to $900,000, under $1 million.
And for that makes it a no-brainer for me. But that's me. I know I'm one trustee, right? All right. And thank you, President Jackson.
I have a quick question. The entire purpose of the TASB salary study is to look at midpoint, look at salary bands, and make sure that we are respecting every employee by providing a raise for them that is specified to them. If we go off the range here, so to say, and change some of these groups, are we going to compress, as we have done in the past? Are we going to compress this and fail at what we're attempting to do, which is follow this midpoint and get our folks up
When
in
you saw
salary?
When you saw the TASB recommendation, as you might remember, we were at about 100% compared to market, meaning that we were very competitive. If we were to take that recommendation, it would offset some of those pay grades, and then moving forward, the sustainability and compression would be more challenging depending on, the economic market in the future that we don't know yet. So I defer to Carmen as well, but yes, you're correct.
Yes, and just to follow up with that, some of the recommendations from TASB is to do some pay scale adjustments and some market adjustments in their recommendation, which is to accommodate some of the concerns that you're bringing forward. So, the TASB plan does allow us to do that if we move forward with those recommendations and adopt, the recommendations that they're bringing forward. They also looked at market, and I think you heard Ms. Campbell talk about not only looking at school districts but also industry as some of the comparisons. So, the implementation of the TASB model would allow us to do that and make some of those adjustments.
Trustee Bridges.
I'd be curious to know, what's the turnover rate from the central office opposed to the turnover rate for those teachers and maintenance folks? What did that look like?
I don't have those numbers in front of me. With the pandemic, we'd probably benefit from looking at a 3-year historical view, but we do have a higher influx within our operations team. But I don't have those figures in front of me, but I can certainly get that for you.
I do have some data with regards to from the PEMS where it measured the 20 positions that defined as central administration, superintendent, associates, and chief There's 20 positions. There was no turnover from last year to this year. So it was 0% on those specific positions. That's how they're measured.
Thank you, Trustee Bridges. Are we ready to move on with this motion, which I believe is to approve proposed off midpoint, including fringes, except 2% instead of 3% for any administrator making greater than 150,000. Is that correct, Dr. Rodriguez?
Correct.
That is Dr. Rodriguez's motion, and Dr. Ryan seconded it, and Trustee Phillips,
Yes, I.
do you have a word for us?
Yeah, well, just one more point of clarification, that, like I said, to what Trustee LeWebben also was saying, and I feel it's great leadership, and I'm completely with. If we don't vote on this one, we can then amend, and it seems as if, at least from what I heard just right now, it would cost us an additional 900 and something, less than $1 million, to take care of everybody in every way. No one has to get cut. No one loses a raise. Every employee is taken care of, and all it costs us as a board is a little under $1 million. I feel like that is putting our money where our mouth is.
I want to ask for clarification, and just, do you concur? CFO, do you concur with the statement he just made with regard to the dollars? I just want to make sure
Yeah,
that.
with regards to the dollars, yes.
Okay, there you go. Thank you, Trustee Phillips.
Okay, I'm sorry. To clarify again, so if they put 4% for everybody, 6% for paraprofessionals, and 5% for teachers, you're saying that would increase the budget by less than $1 million than what the 4% midpoint range raise would be?
What I'm saying is that the compensation from midpoint and an additional 2% for paraprofessional hourly to get up to 6% of midpoint would be an additional $1 million off our original estimate of $26.1 million.
Okay, so that does it.
Then you need an extra 1% on the teachers.
Yeah, an additional, so 5% for teachers.
Okay, so for teachers, and what about counselors, librarians, and nurses?
Yes, all that entire teachers, nurses, librarians, counselors at 5%.
Yeah, it's, that would add an additional $4 million, $4.1 million. So it'd be
about
$1
$5
million
million.
for paraprofessionals and $4.1 million for another percentage.
So
That
about
would be
$5
$5 million.
And that's with central administrators making over 150,000, getting 2% or 3%?
2%. I mean, I could get more refined, but I just don't have the data in front of me. But that's kind of ballpark. If you look at the difference between the midpoint for teachers, nurses, librarians at 5% is $20,918,000, compared to the teachers and counselors of 16.7, so it's about $4 million. I mean, your biggest group is the teachers, nurses, and librarians. So I think Dr. Scribner was on point, that, 1% would cost us about $4 million for that group.
Yeah, I think it's 7 for everyone, but for that group it's 4, right?
Yeah.
Seven.
1% on the salary schedule is approximately $7 million.
Okay.
So when you say, let's give
for everyone.
right,
Okay,
right, right.
thank you.
Okay. Ready to vote?
May I also make another comment or observation?
Please.
So the teacher's salary schedule, again, you don't have a midpoint off. You don't have midpoint, and we'd calculate it off of a midpoint. So our recommendation there is still the 4% off the salary, the base salary schedule in order to align it. So the 4% of midpoint for teachers is, I believe it's a static amount, 61,000 something. So are you, our recommendation is to not give that 4% off midpoint for teachers. Because there would be some teachers, if you gave off that model, would get about 3%. And so that was why our recommendation was 4% off the base. Again, and I think the issue or the concern that we have is we're trying to make a lot of changes, a lot of improvements based on the TASB model, but not harm employees. I mean, we heard that loud and clear from the last meeting. We are trying to, and that way, that's a reason for the difference in the recommendations among the pay groups at this time, because it is based on the TASB recommendation plus the input that we heard. So I just want to make sure that there aren't any unintended consequences in your motions. I want to respect the motions that are being made, but I want to make sure that I give you the information that you all need to have in order to so that you all understand what is going to happen by your motions.
Okay, are we clear? Is everybody clear on the motion?
I just got a question with that. It wasn't, to go back to a mid-range on teachers, it was a 4% increase, or a 5% increase on what teachers are making, okay, instead of a 4%. And for the paraprofessionals and all the underpaid people, it was a 6%. It didn't have anything to do with mid-range. It was 6% raise, okay? When we get above teacher, librarian, counselor, nurse, then we start getting into the mid-range things, and I'll take whatever you give me on that, okay?
Yes, sir, and that's why we calculated two different ways of looking at it, page 19 and page 20. Because the midpoint model is what we have, and we're trying to move to that model and correct some of the structural imbalances that are currently existing in the pay plans. And
But
so
didn't you just say that teachers weren't on a midpoint scale, right?
they are in a salary schedule.
Yeah, it's not a midpoint
Yes.
for the teachers.
That is correct.
Okay.
But it's calculated here on a midpoint. I just want to make sure that when the motion is made, that the motion reflects the recommendation for teachers off a salary.
Okay.
Dr. Scribner?
Yeah, perhaps it would be a good idea if we went through each category and clarified exactly what percentage we are talking about. And what I'm going to try and do, Dr. Rodriguez, is could you, since it's your motion, if you could help me get this right. So I'm on page 19, and we see campus administration and district support, that's 4%.
Correct.
Central office administration, not every central office administrator makes more than 150, obviously, but central office administrators making 150 or more, 2%.
Correct.
Central office administrators making less than 150, 3%.
Correct.
Paraprofessionals and hourly, 6%.
Correct.
Teachers, nurses, librarian, counselors, 5% of their salary schedule, or was that 6% of their salary schedule? 5% of their salary schedule. So that, just to clarify, that is the motion that is currently on the floor, made by Trustee Rodriguez, seconded by Trustee Ryan, Mr. President Jackson.
Is everybody clear on the motion? Motion was moved by Dr. Rodriguez, seconded by Dr. Ryan. Can we move to voting? My screen is not populating.
Yeah, I can't tell. Mine isn't either.
I have 7 votes, and we have 9 people. I need 2 more votes. And I voted this time. Need one more, it looks like. Rodriguez, I'm missing.
I think we switched out your
Yeah,
mic.
switched out your mic. Can somebody vote for Dr.? Okay, so Dr. Rodriguez, you're a yes here. So we have 4 yeas and 4 nays and an abstain, so the motion fails. Moving back to the original motion. Discussion and action to approve compensation plan for the 2022-2023 school year. Trustee Phillips.
Yes, President Jackson, thank you. So I did second the motion that is now on the table. After this further discussion, which I do appreciate because much like it was said, this is a big decision. I believe Trustee Dar said that. I love, one, Dr. Ryan, I feel like you are attempting to fight for the people that need to be fought for, right? Those people who have traditionally not gotten the salaries in which they should be getting, the pay raises in which they should be getting. So I appreciate that. And Dr. Rodriguez, I feel like you were doing very much the same when it comes to those groups. If what I heard correctly from what Trustee LeWeber said is that we can go with what the original plan was, and what it does is it costs us, and the amendment would be to put in that additional 9, whatever the actual number was, but the little under $1 million in order to still be able to take care of those individuals that we've been talking about without it having to cut anyone else from what they originally at least proposed to be able to receive. If that information is correct, I would, if it's proper in order, Attorney Castillo, President Jackson, I would like to propose that motion as a substitute motion and for us to be able to vote on that. So it's the original motion that Trustee Evans read with the amendment of the dollar amount that our CFO can give us to go into place to be able to be utilized for the raises across the board for those positions we spoke about.
So just for clarification, Trustee Phillips, your substitute motion is to accept the recommendation of the administration with the exception of the professionals and hourly, and to have that at 6%?
That would be correct. That's the number that was calculated before I say that's correct. So that's yes. So that is it. That is what I'm proposing.
I'll take the second on that, Trustee Phillips.
You said 6% for paraprofessionals and hourly
Yes.
paid. Okay, thank you.
Teachers would remain at 4%?
Yes, ma'am. I think that's the original recommendation, correct? Yes.
Any discussion? Trustee Phillips, do you want to read your motion one more time? I've seconded it.
Yes. So, Trustee, did you have a comment first, Trustee Evans, before?
Sure, go,
Yeah, are we
Trustee
going to
Evans.
vote now or comments? Time for
We can
discussion?
have comments.
Did you want to clarify the motion?
Well, I was
or-
going to ask you to reread what you read, and then we was going to add the amendment part
yeah,
to the end
exactly.
of it.
Okay, well, I'll just make a comment on that, is I want to go back to what they said about the market study and the compressions, the compression rate and all that, and if we start with different, I'm hearing you, 6% raise for our paraprofessionals doesn't move the needle like a 3% for our upper admin. So I am hearing you, but I want to go back to what the professionals are telling us, that we're trying to put ourselves in a sustainable, strong position as an employer. And if we start with these different categories of employees, we're going to just get right back to that compression problem. So that's why I'm going to vote no against this substitute motion.
Ready to move to voting?
Well, I was going to comment.
Trustee Phillips?
Yes, and
State your motion.
I'll do another comment, then we can state the motion. So to that, because you brought it up, President Jackson, Trustee Evans, I definitely hear that as well, is that a lot of the recommendation was about getting it balanced, getting on track. So we don't want to do that. So that I completely understand. But, I ain't gonna say, but along with it though, if we're gonna have a fight about trying to do better for folks and compensate folks better and all that, I'm always gonna be in on that. And I feel like that's where Dr. Ryan is going. I'm not gonna vote down that, right? But but it does stand the question, right, is that we're talking about the budget. And I understand we have finite some buckets of money and everything, so it's not like it's just imaginary dollars. These are real dollars, right? And this is super on the spot and everything, and I know you don't have all your things in front of you, but we're talking about a little under $1 million, right? So understand that could have the effect that President Jackson, Trustee Evans was talking about. Is there a way to be able to utilize that? Because we're talking about this under $1 million or $1 million, what we're talking about. We're talking about investing in people. We're talking about investing in people who, pretty much to a man and woman up here, we would absolutely no-brainer give them more to be able to do better by them. Is there a way to be able to do this, in your estimation, to where it doesn't have this negative effect of, yeah, we did great, we gave the people money, we look like heroes or whatever the case, but then we got to bite the bullet at another time that it messed us up down the road in some way. What way can we implement this to where it still helps us to be sustainable and in compliance and really still be able to budget appropriately to where we want to be? And that's a big question, and you got this is something that probably should have came up a long time ago, but it's here now. So what does that look like in some sense?
I would just start by saying, just as we look at the compensation study and looking at the compression and looking at where we are with market, it would offset some of those pay grades where we are with market, which would put us above. And then the sustainability would just be more challenging moving forward, depending on the budget and you know, depends what happens with enrollment, student enrollment, and then as Dr. Ryan said, the ESSER funds, you know, losing those funds as well.
So there's things. So I mean, if you were about to say something, you can go right ahead.
Well, I think in the future too, we're going to have a legislative session next year. I mean, there's a lot of talk about increase in the basic allotment. So I do think that we're going to get some additional increase in that, which would mean additional resources for the district. So I think in future, I think that there is, there's going to be an opportunity for us to continue to move to a balanced budget, which is our goal. But anytime you do raise something, it does affect your future compensation. So, I mean, those are just what you have to weigh against. And we do have to, if we do make an increase in a particular category, we may have to make a decrease in another category if we continue to lose students. I mean, because we get funded on students.
Yeah. So no, absolutely, and thank you for that. And so, like I said, maybe that comes and it makes it very easy because we got an increase in funding and those things. Understand everything is not pie in the sky. We can't necessarily bank on that happening, right? And so yeah. So this is, I mean, so again, this is investment on our part. It is also up to us to make sure we're prioritizing where we need to prioritize as a district to make sure that we can make this sustainable. We have to be looking at those things. We have to be looking at what it is that we're doing to make sure that we're not taking away from students, not taking away from people, right? But other ways that we can make sure that as this is happening, it's not just a one-time magic bullet type thing, but something that we really can be able to show the value to our employees. And it sounds like we might be able to do that feasibly within the future. But again, I understand it's not something we can necessarily just take to the bank right now and say. But okay, thank you very much, President Jackson.
Thank you. Trustee Rodriguez?
Yeah, I was just wanting to explain why I cannot support this motion. I agree that the paraprofessionals need the 6% raise, but in that same token, teachers, nurses, counselors, I feel who we need desperately to try and get our children back where they should be, they should also receive at least 5%. So as the motion as it stands now, I cannot support.
Thank you. Trustee Martinez?
I am, I hear and echo everyone's concerns that we need to help those that need it the most. But we know that our educators and our instructional staff have been on the front lines the last few years, and they definitely deserve a raise. And I'm just thinking back to this appreciation incentive that we're basically giving all employees incentive just to do their job when they're already getting a salary and they're also getting an increase. Could we not use ESSER funding to, I guess, supplement even if it's a temp, or I guess a one-time stipend for these paraprofessional group that we're trying to increase? I'm just thinking of like, what other ways could we use ESSER funding as more of an incentive versus just giving it out like equally amongst all groups? Again, I'm thinking back to rewarding those that have been with us, that have stuck with us, but then I'm also thinking, how do we help those that need it the most? And if we're able to use that funding to do that. I know that those funds will end, but is there any way we could look at that?
We could take that same amount, which I believe was about $20 million, and look at maybe structuring through a longevity stipend and rewarding those that have been here with us. There's multiple ways that we could look at that differently to target, who you'd like to support, what group, and the purpose.
Okay, are we aware of what the motion is? Trustee Phillips, your substitute motion.
Substitute motion.
Would you like to
So,
state it
yes,
one
so
more time?
Trustee Evans, would you mind reading your original motion, and I'll add the amendment aspect?
All right, my original motion was I move to approve the compensation plan for the 22-23 school year to include an increase of 4% salary for teachers, 4% midpoint pay, or 4%, whichever is higher, for nurses, counselors, and librarians, 4% midpoint pay increase for other staff, approved compensation study adjustment based on TASB's recommendations, and safeguards in place as presented by staff in the compensation proposal.
And adding to that, the new amount of, what is the amount that we're saying?
Your original motion was, or your substitute motion was to have a 6% increase for paraprofessional and hourly employees.
Okay, we can do it by percentage. There we go.
And I think that Ms. Young and I took another look. It's about 1.2 million, I think, is what we safely can say. Just like I said, once we refine those numbers, it may change slightly. I don't want to, lowball it, but I think it's around $1 million, if I could guess. Okay.
Thank you
So
very
like 1.2 million at the high. Okay?
Yes, ma'am, thank you. That suffices, President Jackson, as far as the new motion. Thank you.
All right. You guys ready to move to voting?
Can I ask a question?
Sure, Trustee Dar.
Did we do the math on a 5% raise for our paraprofessionals and our hourly employees so that we can compare the two? And I'm assuming it's
Right. So
about half, but I don't want to make it
So
assumptions.
every percentage is about 600,000. Okay.
Okay, are we ready to vote? Trustee Dar? You sure? Okay, let's go. And the motion passes 6 yeas and 2 nays and 1 abstention. The abstention was from Trustee Luevanos, who had stated earlier he was going to abstain.
So now that becomes the main motion that you got to vote on to pass.
There you go. Vote on it again as the main motion. Trustee Phillips? Do we want to go through the same exercise with Trustee Evans and Trustee Phillips?
Yes, do we have to restate it, or
No,
it's up to
we
you?
know what it is.
We know what it is, okay. We're voting on the same thing we just voted on again.
I was just,
To make it official.
I was just toying with you,
Yes.
sir. Okay.
All right.
I'll second your motion. And the motion passes 7 yeas, 1 nay, and 1 abstention from Trustee Luebanos. Okay. Thank you all. That was a lot of work, and you guys did a great job. And Mr. Bridges, Trustee Bridges, you're not that new anymore. This was 6 meetings at 1. So we'll have to get a new line for you. Moving on to 15B, discussion and action to approve adoption of the proposed 2022-2023 budgets for the General Fund, Debt Service Fund, and Child Nutrition Fund. Do I have a motion? Moved by Trustee Phillips, seconded by myself. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, let's move to voting.
Can I make a comment?
Yes.
And this is for the main budget. Is this for, what are we voting on? This budget?
15B, discussion and action to approve adoption of the proposed 2022-2023 budgets for the General Fund, Debt Service Fund, and Child Nutrition Fund.
Okay. So since 2016, we have lost over 10,000 students. We have also lost a number of teachers, yet there has been no decrease in central administration, and I have a major problem with that. Frankly, it breaks my heart that too many of our students not only have a full class schedule, they also have jobs. The process of how the budget has been presented must change. This is way too many taxpayer dollars that we are just expected to approve without discussion or explanation. When board members request information, please do not think we're going to forget about it. It is frustrating to have to ask over and over for the same information. As I stated when I was sworn in, I am determined to be transparent and vocal. For example, I don't need to be lectured about what needs to be discussed in executive session. Please remember that I previously served on this board and other boards, which I have received more information than I received this month concerning the budget. Finally, I strongly suggest that some of the staff check themselves. We're all beholden to the public. We need to respect one another. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Rodriguez. And the motion passes 8 yeas and 1 nay. At this time, we'll move to 16, discussion of consent agenda items. As board president, I'm making the following statement in accordance with board policy BBFA local. This is a reminder to all board members of the legal conflict of interest requirements and disclosure requirements you may have for matters under consideration on the agenda for this meeting. If required by law, board members shall recuse themselves from all discussion and shall abstain from voting on any matter pertaining to such a disclosure. Are there any questions or comments concerning consent agenda items? Dr. Ryan, would you like to read all of the consent agenda items first, and then we'll move to questions and comments?
Yes, ma'am. Consent agenda items. Action by the Board of Education in adopting the consent agenda means that all items appearing herein are adopted by one single motion unless a member of the board requests that such item be removed from the consent agenda and voted on separately. First was Board of Education meetings minutes for May 17th, 2022, which was a special meeting, and minutes for May 24, 2022, which was a regular meeting. Then followed by acceptance of bid proposals, single source, and agreement purchases of $50,000 and more. Number one, approve additional funds for an alternative shuttle service, $100,000. It's an additional request not to exceed the total of $200,000. Approve additional funds for trash recycling dumpster services through June 30th of 2022, $200,000. Additional requested not to exceed the total of $750,000. Number 3, approve construction of hardscape, landscape, and irrigation at the front entry of Daggett Elementary School, $167,870.15. 4, approve Farrington Field restroom upgrade, $191,686. 5, approve purchase of specialist preparation program participation, $79,080. Number 6, approve purchase of property, boiler, and machinery, terrorism, including active shooter, flood, cyber crime, fleet, general liability, and University Interscholastic League, UIL, insurance with girls flag football policy. Approve set-aside reserves to pay deductibles, $8,593,828. 7, approve purchase of touchless water fountains, $1,500,000. 8, approve purchase of heating, ventilation, and conditioning HVAC air filter replacement service, $765,000. 9, approve purchase of web-based online curriculum program for retrieval, recovery, acceleration, and special programs for middle schools and high schools, not to exceed $472,550. 10, approve purchase of marketing services, not to exceed $1,234,615. 11, approve purchase of the Curriculum Support Services package of the Texas Essential Knowledge and Skills, TEKS or TEX, resource subscription through Region 11 for the 2022-2023 school year, $389,125. 12, approve conference registration for administrators, instructional leaders, and teachers, not to exceed $547,000. 13, approve purchase of online literacy resources for Leadership Academy Network School for the 2022-2023 school year, $55,561.56. 14, approve purchase of adaptive online instructional math program for students at the Leadership Academy Network, $122,670. 15, approve literacy and tutoring services for the Leadership Academy Network throughout the 2022-2023 school year, $100,000. 16, approve Leadership Academy Network Professional Learning Plan for the 2022-2023 school year, $233,680.06. 17, approve authorization for Fort Worth After School, FWAS, and the School Leadership Summer Learning to enter into contracts for provision of partial providers for the 2022-2023 school year using ESSER funds for $575,000. 18, approve authorization for Fort Worth After School, FWAS, and School Leadership Summer Learning to enter into contracts for provision of partial providers for the 2022-2023 school year, special revenue of $60,000. 19, approve authorization for Fort Worth After School, FWAS, and School Leadership Summer Learning to enter into contracts for provision of partial providers for the 2022-2023 school year, local, $150,000. Approve 20, approve authorization to negotiate and enter into contracts with behavior health providers not to exceed $225,000 annually. 21, approve and award a contract renewal to the absence verification system, $72,403.04. 22, approve contract renewal for contracted student support services, case management, and wraparound services for the 2022-2023 school year, $3,373,709. 23, approve contract with Leadership Academy Network and Literacy and a literacy education vendor to provide writing instruction and professional development, $89,762. 24, approve contract to provide community-based supported employment training for students with moderate to severe disabilities, $150,480 annual expense. 25, approve renewal of the Educational Professional Services Agreement with Teach for America, TFA, estimated total $108,000. 26, approve interlocal agreement with Tarrant County for parking lot improvements at Service Center 2 located at 601 East Northside Drive, $151,404. C, approve memorandum of understanding with Texas Christian University, TCU, to provide literacy conference for Fort Worth Independent School District teachers and TCU students, $38,376. D, approve memorandum of understanding with Tarrant County College, TCC, for the Pathways in Technology Early College High School, PTEC, Academy at Success High School, no cost. Approve memorandum of understanding between Texas Science, Technology, Engineering, and Mathematics, T-STEM Academy at Young Men's Leadership Academy and Tarrant County College, no cost. F, approve memorandum of understanding between the Texas Science, Technology, Engineering, and Mathematics, T-STEM, and I Am Terrell Academy for STEM and VPA, and Tarrant County College, no cost. G, approve increase in purchase card, P-card transaction limits for district operations, no cost. H, approve transition program participation fees, $40,000. I, approve budget amendment for the period ending May 31st, 2022, no cost. J, approve first reading revisions to board policies DEAB local and FDE local, no cost. K, approve second reading revisions to board policies FEA local, FEC local, and FNCE local, no cost. L, approve authorization to enter into contracts for structural and civil engineering services for the 2021 Capital Improvement Program, not to exceed $300,000 for the duration of the 2021 Capital Improvement Program. M, approve closeout contract with Pinnacle Contracting Group, LLC for job number 008-002 and authorize final payment in conjunction with the 2017 Capital Improvement Program, no cost. N, approve purchase of fine art storage equipment for Dunbar High School renovation in conjunction with the 2017 Capital Improvement Program, $95,431.70. O, approve authorization to enter into contracts for moving services for the 2021 Capital Improvement Program not to exceed $4 million for the duration of the 2021 Capital Improvement Program. P, approve authorization to enter into contracts for job order contracting services for the 2021 Capital Improvement Program, not to exceed $5 million for the duration of the 2021 Capital Improvement Program. Q, approve authorization to enter into contracts for JOC hazmat abatement services for the 2021 Capital Improvement Program, not to exceed $15 million for the duration of the 2021 Capital Improvement Program.
Thank you, Dr. Ryan. Did anyone have any questions? The time is 9:57.
I have a,
Oh, I'm sorry, Trustee Dar, how is it? I always miss, it's always you.
I have a very short name. I don't know. Due to my employment with Education Service Center Region 11 and any potential conflict of interest that might be created by that employment, I recuse myself from any discussion or consideration of agenda item 17B11.
17B11, you've recused yourself from. Dr. Rodriguez.
Now, I just something for the trustees to discuss in the future about what agenda items should be placed on the action item instead of the consent agenda, because these are some very high dollar amounts, and I think warrant discussion for ourselves and for the community and the taxpayers. So if we can discuss that in the future and get the high dollar items or over a certain amount on the action items instead of the consent.
I agree. I thought it was maybe just me being the newbie, because I'm listening to these numbers and they're going on and on. Like, whoa, wait a minute. You know, it's just a lot to kind of make a decision on or a vote on without getting more detail about it.
Thank you. Dr. Ryan?
President Jackson, I think we need to take items 6, 7, 8, 10, and C and move them to the action agenda so they can be discussed. Again, 6, 7, 8, 10, and C.
Well, now, this is consent agenda, and we do have the ability to discuss here. Do you want to move all of those to action for the purpose of voting so that you can vote outright on it? Is that the purpose?
I think so, yes.
I'm fine with moving it. I just wanted
Yeah, I think so.
clarification for the board. Okay, so tell me once again, 6, 7, 8, 10.
And C.
And C. I thought you said that, but I wasn't sure. Okay, any other discussion? Okay, the time is now 10 p.m., and the date is Tuesday, June 28, 2022. We will now recess and reconvene for executive sessions authorized by Chapter 551, Texas Government Code under Sections 551, 071, 2, 4, and 6. In accordance with the open meetings law, the board opened the meeting at 5:34 PM with a quorum present, recessed and reconvened open session, adjourned regular session, convened executive session, adjourned executive session, and now we have reconvened open session at 11:29 PM with a quorum of 9 present. At this time, we will accept consent agenda items. Trustee Dar is recusing from 17B11, and we have also been asked by Dr. Ryan to remove B6, 7, 8, 10, and C. With those exclusions and removals, do I have a motion? Dr. Ryan moves. I'll take the second. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, maybe we can move to voting, possibly by hand. Or you guys have dead screens too? How about that? Okay, I need one more vote. Somebody needs to tap their screen. There you go. And the motion and consent agenda passes unanimously. Once again, Dar recusing from 17B11, and then we excluded B6, 7, 8, 10, and C. 22, action items. We will go first to B6. Do I have a motion for B6?
President Jackson, I'd just like to get clarification from staff about on the insurance, because that's what apparently this is, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So we've added girls flag football to this, and this will cover us also if we have any more malware or ransomware attacks.
Our CFO, Carmen Candelari, can address those.
Yes, good evening. Yes, Dr. Ryan, in response to that, we did extend the coverage for girls flag football. And also, what was your other question? I apologize.
And we're covered for now with, it says cyber and cyber crime, so malware or ransomware attacks, we're covered under that?
Yes, and again, we have certain limits that are under the policy, but this is the same as we did in the prior year, so that would be a continuation of that coverage.
Okay.
So 17B6 from consent is now an action item. Approved purchase of property, boiler, and machinery, terrorism, including active shooter, flood, cyber crime, fleet, general liability, university interscholastic league, insurance with girls flag football policy. Approved set-aside reserves to pay deductibles. Moved by Trustee Ryan, seconded by myself. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, we can move to voting. And the motion passes unanimously. Moving to B7, approve purchase of touchless water fountains. Do I have a motion?
Discussion, please.
We'll discuss just as soon as we get a motion.
Okay.
I got you, Trustee Bridges. Trustee Dar on the motion. Do I have a second? Second, Trustee Phillips. Any discussion? Trustee Bridges?
Yeah, where are the water fountains going to be placed at? Where will they be placed?
Trustee Bridges, I can help. Would you guys prefer if I come up here to the front? I got a microphone. Okay, you got it. Hang on. Yes, sir. So this is the end of an original ESSER plan that began back in 2020. What we will have at the end of this is both touchless water fountains and bottle filling stations, multiple at every campus. How many at each campus depends in part on the layout of the building. Basically, we looked at it and said, where do we make it accessible to be able to use the water fillers, to be able to make sure we have enough. Also, how do we make sure we have a few traditional water fountains, because if the power goes out on the touchless water fountains. So we'll be covered with multiple units at each campus at this point.
And the reason I ask that, because here's a concern of mine that I've gone into several of the older schools where there was no hand sanitizer in there at all. And I asked the question, well, why isn't there like any hand sanitizer? And they said, well, had something to do with the TikTok thing. And I'm not trying to be funny.
No, sir, it's...
we were in the middle of COVID. and I couldn't understand that.
Yeah, no, it was definitely a perfect storm that there was a TikTok challenge that included knocking soap dispensers and hand sanitizing dispensers off of schools. And so in a time when we're thinking more about hygiene than ever, we also had a really great social media event there that was making it difficult for us to keep sanitizing products available. So touchless is another thing. To me, a huge benefit on this, though, long-term, is the bottle fillers. I noticed just today, because I knew we had this item tonight, we're almost at 7,000 bottles on the bottle filler that I use nearest to my office on 100 North University. So, you know, the environmental impact of the bottle fillers is just tremendous. And the kids can have water with them at all times that way. So they're not getting up in class and going, hey, can I go get some water? Which is a great time suck for a kid, right? Who's looking for something to do.
Okay.
Trustee Ryan?
Okay, you mentioned that you started this program with replacing with ESSER funds. Are these ESSER or?
Yes, sir. This is a continuation of that initial plan. So this has been budgeted in ESSER. It is ESSER funds.
Okay, because that's all right. It just wasn't marked that way on the sheet. It didn't show ESSER funds paying for it.
Okay, I apologize.
Okay, that's fine.
It is.
Trustee Dar?
Yes, and I was going to comment. It actually did identify them as ESSER funds in the board book. There were a couple of items on the consent agenda that were very similar. It was that after school, and that did specify ESSER or general fund or whatever. I want these water fountains in our schools, and I think that using ESSER money for that, because this is a long-term investment, and that's what this ESSER money is designed for. And these water fountains are a long-term investment. So thank you for adding it to the agenda.
If I could just add one more thing, we're doing water testing this summer just as part of our natural course of things, and we're finding that the quality of the water in the new water fountains is really substantially better. And so even in the places where some of the plumbing is a little bit older than you'd like it to be, you're getting a real benefit from the newer fountains in terms of water quality.
Thank you, Dr. Coburn. Trustee Bridges?
So just to make sure I'm understanding, is the goal to have them in all the schools? And how are they starting those now? Like what area are they going to be put in?
Yes, sir. The goal was to have multiples in every school. At this point, we have at least one in every school. Once if the board were to approve this item, we would have multiples in every school. This is phase 2. There was a larger tranche of 900 installation was happening for really quite a long time, and we're ready to be able to buy the rest of them and get those installed as well.
Okay. This motion was moved by Trustee Dar, seconded by Trustee Phillips, is approval of the purchase of touchless water fountains. Thank you, Dr. Coburn, and let's move to voting, unless you have any other discussion. And the motion passes unanimously. Moving to B8, approve purchase of heating, ventilation, and air conditioning HVAC air filter replacement service. Do I have a motion? Trustee Phillips, do I have a second? Trustee Evans, thank you. Any discussion? Dr. Ryan?
Yes, Dr. Coburn, can you explain to us why this is the better choice as opposed to having custodians put them in or our own HVAC people putting them in? Why was this better for the district?
Yes, sir. I'm happy to. Because these numbers can seem really big for air filters, you know, because we go to Home Depot and we buy one and it's like a couple of bucks. We do 169,000 air filter replacements per year in our over 8,000 rooftop units, in addition to the air filters that are associated even with your boiler chillers, because you still got to make sure the air gets filtered. If you calculate an average time of 30 minutes per filter with drive time, things like that, and us paying a technician, I think we'd easily get over $2 million a year to purchase and install the filters ourselves. And so we feel like there's easily a cost savings of over $1 million. Our initial estimate was about 2.4 million versus 760,000, and so I think maybe I could do it for a little less, but I think I'd be hard pressed to get them all done for less than about $2 million. So I think it's a pretty significant savings.
And with this, I know there were a number of companies that bid on it. Could you get us just the information for the other bids?
Yeah, I'd be happy to share that with you. We had 5 bidders. There were a wide variety, certainly on price and deliverables, of which we tried to come in very much on the economical side of what was offered price-wise. But yeah, we'd be happy to share that with you.
Okay, great, thank you.
A question, we have a company that's an energy management company, and I have been told multiple times that they change filters. Could you clarify that, please?
Yes, ma'am. What Synergistic does for us is monitoring of systems and behavior. And so they are not in the manual labor of managing. In fact, all of the labor associated with the upkeep of our HVAC systems is done by our folks, Fort Worth ISD.
Thank you for clarifying that. Appreciate it. Okay, any other discussion? Let's move to voting on B8, approved purchase of HVAC air filter replacement system. Motion passes unanimously. Moving to B10, approved purchase of marketing services. Do I have a motion? Trustee Phillips on the motion, Martinez on the second. Any discussion? No discussion?
President Jackson, I'm on this for just a moment. With this, I've read some of the intentions that it's trying to do, but I mean, one of the questions was asked today is, would we be better off getting that money to the people we have now to have better results in the classroom? You could hire tutors, a lot of tutors with this that would help us improve scores. So if we're doing better, we're going to attract better people.
Certainly, I won't speak to the tutoring piece of it because I'm not sure how much all that costs. I will say from our communications office that sat in on this review of the RFP, we were looking for a company that would allow us to do a comprehensive study of just our market and where we are. We have a lot of charter schools and even surrounding public schools that are raising up their marketing game. And this would allow us to at least figure out what we need to do to just stay on par with them. I'll say that about the item. With regards to the tutoring and moving the cost over, I think that's a separate question that I'd be happy to get some help on, but I don't know the actual exchange of dollars for how much it would cost in tutoring.
I wouldn't know what it would be either, so I'm just going, but we all know that if our schools do better, then we've got people give us the reason of why they want to stay as opposed to go to a charter school.
One of the items that will be a part of this is talking to our folks in the schools and figuring out how we can provide better customer service, which includes obviously our performance with our students, but also how we treat our folks when they come in our doors, how we greet our phone, how we answer our phones, how we talk to our parents in different languages. So including with our performance that we have to do improve, certainly. It's also how we interact with our families that needs to improve.
Okay, if we can show them how we're raising our expectations. We have high expectations of every kid, and to not do dumb stuff, but to be involved in the classroom. So
certainly, we have a lot of great things to offer. We just got to tell that story too.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Rodriguez.
Yes, since you're up here, I just wanted to put on there about the change in the date from the June 1st, 2022 to July, whenever.
Certainly. If this is approved, the first payment wouldn't be till July. After we get all the documents signed, and we'll make that correction before all the signatures are in place.
Okay, thank you.
For the record, who will make that correction to make sure that is part of the official record?
I will be taking care of that.
Thank you, Dr. Sines. Okay, we'll move on to 10, approved purchase of marketing services. We have a Moved by trustee Phillips, seconded by trustee Martinez. No further discussion. Let's move to voting, please. And the motion passes with 7 yeas and 2 nays. Moving to C, which is the final item that was pulled from consent agenda. Approve memorandum of understanding with TCU to provide literacy conference for Fort Worth Independent School District teachers and TCU students. Do I have a motion? Trustee Dar and trustee Evans. In that order, is that okay? Okay, good. Any discussion? Dr. Ryan?
Just got a question on this. We're at TCU. They're providing swag bags for our teachers. I'm going, if I'm TCU, they ought to be doing it for free just to get their school going, some in our names. But it's, you know, I know that we're buying books within that for our teachers, right?
Yep, absolutely. And so this is a partnership with TCU. So they're paying for half, we're paying for half. So we split the costs with them. So this is our part of the partnership. They're also lending the space for us. And so I know that there was a question about the lunch. And so TCU rules don't permit certain catering rules. And so that's what the lunch cost was about. So that was the memorandum of understanding according to TCU guidelines.
Oh, I know TCU. I'm president-elect of the Ex-Bandsman Association. Yeah, they charge you for everything. So I understand that. And one of the things that would help with all this, with the folks that are out here listening every time, is that we need to tell them that we're splitting the cost.
Absolutely.
So if we can do that, just have
Thank
that
you,
note
Trustee.
in there too, that would help.
And to also answer the question, we do have 200 participants total for the conference, and out of that 200, there are 103 Fort Worth ISD teachers attending.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Trustee Dar.
Thank you, President Jackson. Who is providing the meat of the conference? Is there an outside organization? Is this TCU? Is it a combination of TCU and Fort Worth ISD that's going to be providing the instruction and the professional development for the teachers? But who are the instructors?
So it's a combination of TCU professors and Fort Worth ISD staff. It is a true collaboration. If you go to the TCU website, there is a website that shows the day 1 schedule at a glance and the day 2 schedule at a glance. We do have a keynote speaker of Kwame Alexander and Yui Morales. Susan Lambert will also be speaking on the science of reading. But we do have TCU professors speaking on such topics around children literature, multicultural literature, and then, bilingual literacy, biliteracy, so on and so forth, as well as Fort Worth ISD staff presenting.
And is it a 2-day conference for everybody, or do some people go 1 day?
2-day conference for everybody.
It's, okay.
It's open to Fort Worth ISD teachers for flex as well.
Okay. And grades pre-K through 8th?
Pre-K through 12th.
Through 12th, okay.
Mhm.
It says pre-K through 8th
Okay.
in the board book.
Okay, and so it is pre-K through 12 as advertised on Eduphoria.
Okay,
So we'll just make sure to make that correction in the board book.
okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
And you'll take care of that correction in the board book.
Dr. Sorensen will take care of it in the board book.
That's awesome. Thank you, Dr.
You're
Sorensen
welcome.
and Dr. Sines. The S's are on it tonight.
Yep.
All right, we're moving to vote on approving memorandum of understanding with TCU to provide literacy conference for Fort Worth ISD teachers and TCU students. I see we're already voting. And the motion passes unanimously. Do I have a motion to accept the personnel recommendation discussed during executive session? Trustee Evans. Do I have a second? Trustee Ryan, thank you. Any discussion? Let's move to voting. And the motion passes unanimously. Dr. Scribner or Ms. Molinar or our CFO.
Thank you very much, President Jackson. We are very pleased tonight to welcome a new member to our team in the position of Executive Director of Purchasing, and I'll turn it over to our CFO, Carmen Candelaria, who will announce and introduce this individual.
Yes, good evening. And once again, I'm Carmen Arieta Candelaria. I'm here to introduce you to the candidate and for the Executive Director of Purchasing. Her name is Kelly Lewis. She's an experienced public procurement administrator, having spent 20-plus years at Lubbock ISD, progressing through procurement ranks and leaving there as a Director of Procurement Services, and having spent the last 2 years at Prosper ISD. She's also a registered Texas School Business Administrator through TASBO, and I'm really excited that she's going to be part of the team, and she is here. So maybe I could ask her to come and say a couple words to the board.
I have 2 words. Thank you. It's late. 4 words.
Good evening, Board. Dr. Scribner. I just wanted to say thank you to all of you for this. I am excited. I am humbled, actually. This is like the dream job I've ever wanted. So I'm really excited to work with this team here. And again, thank you to get started serving the students of this district.
Thank you and welcome. Okay, we're moving on to our action agenda items. 23A, discussion and action to approve proposed termination of certain probationary contract employees for good cause pursuant to Chapter 21 of the Texas Education Code. Do I have a motion?
No action on
And we
those
don't have
2
any?
items, Madam Board
And
President.
no action on B either?
A, B, and C, and D, we can take off the
Okay.
action item.
Removing 23A, B, C, and D. No necessity for those. 23E, discussion and action to approve 2022-2023 budget for the Leadership Academy Network, Texas Wesleyan University Management Team. Do I have a motion? Moved by Trustee Evans. Do I have a second? Trustee Dar. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, let's move to voting. And the motion, okay, motion passes unanimously. Council, will we be taking F tonight?
Yes, Madam Board President, but before we do F, if it's okay with you, we do need action on item D.
Okay. We do need D.
D as in dog.
D as in dog.
We do need D as in dog. D, discussion and action to approve Fort Worth Independent School District's District of Innovation Plan. Need a motion? Trustee Ryan, second. Trustee Dar. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, move to voting. And the motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Council. And now we're at F.
President Jackson, can we want to go ahead and make action item C official as well, so we can submit the name the board had already decided on. So can we go back to action item C? We like to change it up.
Okay.
So apologize, President
No,
Jackson.
you're fine. Okay, we'll move to C. Let's see. Do I have a motion to nominate, this is very important, Trustee Quentin Phillips to serve on the Texas Association of School Boards TASB Board of Directors for Region 11, Position B. I'd like to make that motion, and Trustee Evans, second. Do we have any discussion? Trustee Dar?
Yes, I will not be abstaining from this, as this has nothing to do with the Education Service Center Region 11. It is simply Region 11, which is a geographical area.
All right, let's move to voting. And the motion passes unanimously. Congratulations. All right, and moving on to F, Council.
Yes, Madam Board President, it's the advice of council that the board authorize administration to take action as discussed in closed session.
Do I have a motion? Trustee Martinez. Second, Trustee Ryan. Any discussion? Please move to voting. And the motion passes unanimously. G, discussion and action to approve resolution of the Fort Worth Independent School District Board of Trustees granting employees additional paid leave due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Do I have a motion? Trustee Bridges, and second by Trustee Dar. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, we can move to voting. And the motion passes unanimously. And I want to thank staff for really working hard on that. Moving on to comments by board members. It is 11:55 is my comment, so if we can finish before midnight. I do. I was going to make it last. Any comments? Trustee Dar?
Just very quickly, I want to say thank you to the multiple hours that staff put in on making sure that the 2022 graduation ceremonies were spectacular. That is a significant amount of work, and there were some very, very happy kids walking across that stage and happy parents in the stands, so thank you very much for making that happen. I also want to say thank you to our student services who made the Fresh Start graduation ceremony happen yesterday for adults. I believe the ages were between 26 and 52, 59. 26-year-olds through 59-year-olds that graduated yesterday with their high school diploma, they were denied that opportunity because they did not pass a test. They had met every criteria for graduation other than passing a test, and they were able to wear a cap and gown yesterday, and they were able to graduate, and the joy was palpable. So thank you for making that happen.
Thank you, Trustee Dar, and I want to thank Trustee Phillips, Trustee Dar, Trustee Rodriguez, and Trustee Evans for being there. It was very special, and I know that our staff has worked very hard, and they want to continue to work hard to find more students so that we can see that happen every year. As we end this school year and begin planning for the following year, I want to assure the public and community that the security of our students, employees, and visitors is at the forefront of the Fort Worth ISD Board's mind. With that in mind, the Board has created a special safety and security committee to ensure best practices are in place. Additionally, the Board will consider at a future meeting a resolution to request the Governor to convene a special session of the legislature so they can assist us and all districts in the state to ensure the safety of our students and staff and all students and staff within the great state of Texas. And on that, we're adjourned.